Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Menlo Park City Council meeting for December 10th, 2019. At this time, we're going to go ahead and proceed with our study session. The first study session item this evening is an update on the current Climate Action Plan and potential scope for developing a Climate Action Plan 2.0. Our Sustainability Manager, Rebecca Luckey, will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Rebecca Luckey, Sustainability Manager with the City of Menlo Park, here to talk through the Climate Action Plan update and a potential scope for updating the Climate Action Plan for a version 2.0. So why take local action on a global issue? Climate change is drastically changing our atmosphere. It's impacting our culture, our society, and also other species that live on the planet. So some examples of that and how that would impact California and specifically our local area is the displacement and extinction of people, more displacement of people and extinction of species. It affects agriculture production. It reduces the availability of fresh water due to prolonged droughts. It increases wildfires and floods in quantity and severity. It also causes sea level rise that threatens coastal communities, of which we have a coastal neighborhood along our bay side known Belhaven. So fossil fuels really contribute to climate change because they create greenhouse gas emissions, and those greenhouse gas emissions are created from gasoline that humans use for, or people use for vehicles, natural gas in buildings to warm, heat, provide lighting, and the production and transport of goods and services such as plastics, meats, single-use foodware. And I have a graphic on the side here that shows the emissions of a life cycle of plastic bottles and the increase of their usage over time and how that impacts greenhouse gas emissions. Emissions are also created by the generation of waste. So when waste is landfilled, that creates methane, which again contributes to climate change as it warms the climate. So Menlo Park's Climate Action Plan was adopted in 2009, with the most recent update in 2018. When the Climate Action Plan was originally adopted, it involved many community members that are still here in the audience today and supporting all of the efforts that are going on locally. I personally recall coming to Menlo Park when I worked for the city of Morgan Hill to find out what was Menlo Park doing with Climate Action Plan. That's when I first visited this council chambers myself. And so just a throwback here, there's the Climate Action Report and recommendations from the original Menlo Park's Green Ribbon Citizens Committee that was given to the City Council in 2007. And the Climate Action Plan is meant to be a living document to guide all city policies, programs, and projects to help reduce greenhouse gas emissions locally. The City Council also adopted a greenhouse gas reduction target of 27% below 2005 levels by 2020. As of 2017, the city and the community has been able to reduce 18.6%. And I'll talk through later our greenhouse gas inventory and how that's measured. So current global conditions and advice. So in 2018, the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change advised and has researched that there is only 10 years left to really mitigate the severest of climate change impacts. And a lot of that's occurring for glaciers, fresh water. They're melting at an accelerated rate than previously reported on. It also affects oceans hugely. It affects the food web that we all rely on. And so there are these impacts. And again, as I mentioned in the previous slide, some local impacts such as droughts, wildfires, and floods. So many cities are declaring a climate emergency as a result. And on Earth Day this year, the mayor did sign a proclamation to continue to tackle climate change at a local level. And really, the IPCC report really wanted actions to be taken in a coordinated effort. So it happens at a national level, it happens at a state level, and it happens at a local level. And to try to align all of these activities and energies around comprehensively addressing climate change. So as a result, the Environmental Quality Commission has on their work plan to provide advice to the City Council on the Climate Action Plan, a new target and strategies, and they advise that swift action be taken as a result of the IPCC report. So specifically, the EQC is advising to explore a new target to be carbon neutral by 2030. This would be bolder and more progressive than other communities and the state. The state and other communities are landing at a new target of 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. They also advise exploring 10 strategies for the Climate Action Plan update, or 2.0, which is the first to be 100% carbon-free electricity through Peninsula Clean Energy, completely electrifying existing buildings so that they are not using natural gas anymore, reduce vehicle miles traveled, electrify vehicles, reduce gasoline sales, and increase electric vehicle infrastructure, reduce carbon emissions from construction, electrify all municipal buildings and fleet vehicles, implement the Community Zero Waste Plan, and catalyze a circular economy, avoid installing appliances or structures that will be obsolete or abandoned due to climate change policy or programs, such as gas, water heaters, and sequester carbon emissions through direct carbon sinks, such as the urban canopy or increased landscape or vegetation areas, and prepare the city for climate change through adaptation measures. Oops. So the proposed process for updating or creating a Climate Action Plan 2.0 is to consider putting it on the City Council work plan for 2020. And if it gets put on the work plan, some key milestones would include, between January to April, project planning, engagement with stakeholders, and policy and program analysis on the target, on the strategies, what would be needed to achieve the new goal. And then in May and June, staff would come back to City Council through a study session to give you an update of what's happening, to get further direction of where we've landed or what the analysis has shown. And then July through November, that would be the period of further community engagement. There would be a draft plan out and come back to City Council for final adoption. For the community engagement component, the type of engagement would be consultation, which would mean feedback would be documented, general feedback would be reported on and analyzed and evaluated, and the final product or recommendation to the City Council may or may not include the feedback based on further analysis, but ultimately the City Council will be the final decision maker. So there would be outreach to targeted commissions and key stakeholders. And so for the commissions, we're looking at commissions that have interest in the Climate Action Plan or their work touches certain strategies that are being proposed by the Environmental Quality Commission. And so far, we've identified that, of course, the Environmental Quality Commission would be one of the commissions. The Streets Commission and the Planning Commission would be all great commissions to approach in the first quarter to talk about scoping the project and then bring in a draft plan for a recommendation to City Council between that July-November timeframe. Other key groups to involve that we've identified is local nonprofits, the Chamber of Commerce, and key development and community stakeholders. So the proposed scope of the project is to try to find a way toward carbon neutrality, whether that's by 2030 or another year. That's what we'll analyze over the next 6 months, and develop strategies using advice from the Environmental Quality Commission as well as other sources such as the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance. So this document on the right-hand side has been produced by cities that are very much invested in making swift changes in climate change at a local level. Cities include Vancouver, Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, and they've identified in their report that there are 7 key strategies to really changing climate change at a local level. So they understand what's going on at the state and national level. It's kind of what can you do as a local community to make a difference. And also one of the things that we realized in doing our update of the inventory is that we may really need to consider how we define our success toward carbon neutral. So in the next few slides, I'll go over the data, but it does take a significant amount of staff resources to develop that. And what we have found in developing our greenhouse gas inventory for the community is that it is a good indicator for showing where you should focus policy or programs. It is not a great indicator to show whether you've made significant progress. And so over the next 6 months, we want to kind of look at what kind of indicators can we use for the strategy to show that the community is making progress toward its carbon neutral goal. And another area to analyze is staff resources and funding needs to implement the plan. I'll talk about that a little bit more later, and then incorporate equity goals within the strategies. So many communities are realizing that the people that are most impacted by climate change tend to be disadvantaged communities, developing countries. And so it's making sure that that is included as part of the strategies. And one example that the cities, the Carbon Neutral Cities Alliance makes is in electric vehicle infrastructure. What they're saying is you don't want to just target, potentially new or affluent areas. You want to make sure that everyone has the opportunity to be able to buy an electric vehicle and have access to infrastructure. And so one of the scope would be to include equity goals with the strategies. And then the last area to explore is to consider prioritization of the strategies. So one of the first ones is electrify existing buildings, develop community-wide electric vehicle infrastructure, and implement the zero waste plan. And I'll talk through why those are the top 3. So here is our greenhouse gas inventory for the community. So it shows the inventory from 2005 to 2017 and the changes. And so the blue, and this was measured, let me back up, this was measured using ICLEI's ClearPath tool, and ICLEI stands for International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives. So they're a coalition of local and national governments committed to sustainability and progressing climate change initiatives. They've been around for quite a long time, since I've started doing this, which is over 10 years ago, which dates my profession here. And so they've been a reliable source for measuring greenhouse gas emissions. They're recognized for certifying climate action plans through the CEQA process. And so they've developed their model based on information that we receive, we input it, and it provides us outputs of how much greenhouse gas emissions. So I will say, too, that we can't measure every single aspect of greenhouse gas emissions that come into the community. We can't measure the greenhouse gas emissions of people's food choices. What we can measure is transportation, so that's this first blue area, and that's measured using vehicle miles traveled that we get from state sources. Also, we compare that with fuel sales in the community to see if the trends are consistent. And so you'll notice from 2005 to 2017, we're seeing an increase in transportation emissions. And the next area is this orange shaded, and that is for solid waste emissions. And you'll notice that there's been a significant decrease in solid waste emissions, and that's due largely to installation of gas capture systems at Ox Mountain Landfill. So that's been a great improvement where we've seen a reduction in our emissions consistently over the years. And that's measured just using how much waste we generate and how much is landfilled and that we report to the state. And then the green shaded area is energy use in buildings. So that includes natural gas and electricity. And you'll see that this trend has gone down since 2005, largely due to Peninsula Clean Energy and subscribing all of our residential and commercial customers to PCE. And so just to give you an even clearer picture of how much Peninsula Clean Energy made a difference in reducing and helping us achieve this 18.6 reduction. So this graph shows our energy use emissions for the entire community. And in 2005, it was almost pretty even between electricity and natural gas. And now you're looking at 2017, and you're seeing 18% of that is a result of electricity greenhouse gas emissions. And so the remaining is natural gas. And because the City Council has adopted REACH codes this year, we don't expect to see an increase in natural gas because we've largely prohibited that for new development. But you will continue to see the existing development. So this blue shaded area for 2017 will remain flatlined unless there is local action or programs or policy taken to address the existing building stock. So that's why that's one of the first priorities to explore. For transportation, in the ICLEI Clear Path tool, we entered what we're expecting to see in development over the next 3 to 5 years based on what we know about building permits, projected development. And once we inputted that data, we saw an increase in transportation emissions. So that is still an area that will need to be addressed. And that's why the second priority is to see if there are ways, policies, programs to create more electric vehicle infrastructure. And solid waste emissions. So same story with solid waste, more development, more waste generation. So what we're looking at up to 2035 is an increase in waste emissions. So for transportation, the estimate is 200,000 tons of greenhouse gas emissions if no action is taken. For waste, it's 100,000 tons between 2017 and 2035. The great thing about the Clear Path tool is that if we input the initiatives from our zero waste plan, it shows if we implement what we're to achieve zero waste, that we'll be able to significantly keep those emissions off the table and continue to reduce even the existing amount that we're seeing in our waste stream. So resources and funding gaps for a CAP 2.0. So carbon neutrality by 2030, as I mentioned before, is bold and progressive, and it will require additional resources, time, and energy. Other cities have recognized this. So other cities are now committing staff resources to implementing their climate action plan. And their goal is similar to the state's 40% by 2030 and then carbon neutral by 2050. So Mountain View is committing $4.5 million over the next 3 years in 10 new staff positions, both temporary and permanent. And Sunnyvale is adding 3 new positions totaling $500,000 a year, and 2 of those will be for zero waste. The current resources in the sustainability division is we have 2 permanent employees. One is dedicated to implementing the climate action plan's previously approved policies, so that's towards implementation. The other position is dedicated toward developing new policy and programs. And in addition to the positions, there's also $100,000 that is allocated each year through the capital improvement plan for climate action plan activities. So that can be for incentive programs. It can help with building electric vehicle infrastructure at city facilities. We've used it for consulting services to help expedite policy or program development. And we also have $100,000 dedicated each year through the solid waste rates for zero waste implementation. And I just want to point out too that not all of the sustainability division's work is dedicated just to the climate action plan. There are other baseline functions that we serve, such as reporting to CalRecycle, ensuring that we're diverting waste from the landfill, implementing our franchise agreement with Recology. So those are core services that we do provide already. With that concludes. Oh, I have one more slide. Sorry. So, for you tonight, I'm here to support or clarify any information. The Environmental Quality Commission is also here if you have any questions, and if you have feedback on considering this for the work plan for 2020, the project scope, the community engagement, the target, the strategies, or resources and staffing. We'd love to help you through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions before we take public comment? No? All right, so let's go ahead and take public comment first. Thank you for the comprehensive presentation. Our first speaker this evening is Mitch Slomiak. Good evening.
Good evening, council members. I'm Mitch Slomiak. I was on the Environmental Quality Commission for nearly 8 years, served as chair twice, and then helped found Menlo Spark, and I'm chairing that right now. And way back when, I am one of the throwbacks that Rebecca alluded to. I was also part of the Green Ribbon Citizens Committee. So 12 years ago, it was clear that the problem that we have today is looming. And when I look at, let's say, all of the generations of adults on the planet right now, including all of us, I think we're up to something that is potentially very cruel, which is the type of planet and climate that we are poised to leave our children and grandchildren. And the reason I say that is in order to have a healthy climate, we would need to remove 1 trillion tons of CO2 from the atmosphere to get warming to stop. And where, according to The Economist this past week, where humanity is emitting another 43 billion tons in the past year, and there's no sign of it going down. So how is that relevant to us with our 300,000 tons of CO2 a year? Well, the reason I've been doing what I'm doing, and so many other people are in Menlo Park, is that we recognize something that former Mayor Otake used to voice, which is that the future begins in Menlo Park. We're a center of innovation. And we've already taken some positive steps by closing in on our initial greenhouse gas reduction target, which looked really hard at the time. And we have a chance to demonstrate leadership by saying, hey, we have a good track record. We are going to get to neutrality as fast as any community can. There are so many co-benefits to the future, but by doing that, we will be adopting best practices that are already out there and under development and technologies that are under development. And other communities will invariably look to us, and we'll do our best to help accelerate many, many other communities along the way. We've already seen that with the REACH codes that you all passed. We have 11, 12, 13 communities on the peninsula have essentially adopted the Menlo Park style, and many more are looking at doing this. And I believe that that's a role that we can play as a small community, is going far, far beyond our numbers and having a major influence. That's why I bother doing what I'm doing, and so many other people in the room do as well. So I really will look to you all to prioritize this climate action plan on the city's work plan, to go for neutrality, to work within staff and outside staff for the resources we need, and make it happen, because then we won't be doing anything cruel. We'll be working to turn this around. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Josie Gallard. Good evening.
Good evening. So I'm Josie Gaylord. I serve on the Environmental Quality Commission. I just joined in May. I have a background in business, working in solar, so I've cared about this issue for a long time. But as the research comes out, and I've been kind of immersing myself in it, studying to present a climate action plan proposal to you, the research is showing that we're running out of time, and the impacts are global, as Mitch, discussed, and we hear on the news every day. But they're also local. We, in looking into what will the impacts on Menlo Park be, there's not just drought and potentially wildfires and power shutoffs, but we're also looking at sea level rise impacting our Bellhaven neighborhood, and that honestly keeps me up at night. I would like to see the city, pay attention to all of the residents, every resident in Menlo Park. And I think that if we can provide leadership to other cities, as Mitch just described, as we did with the REACH codes, we have a shot. It's not 100% certain, but we have a shot at convincing cities, throughout California. If the state were then to adopt what we do, it could go, beyond California to the rest of the nation at some point. But providing a template for other cities to say this can be done, we're showing the way, we're getting results, and by that we could spur collective action across the U.S., potentially even beyond, and maybe prevent the sea level rise that threatens Bellhaven. So while, sometimes I think we think taking action on climate is something that's good to do and it'll have some impact at some point along the way. Here I feel we're actually doing something that's protecting our community. It's essential. So what's at risk? $1.288 billion in real estate in Bellhaven, that's the county's number, could be underwater as soon as 2060. So U.S. leadership is pretty much zero on this issue right now. So the state would like to do more, but it's being countered right now by the Trump administration. So with that, there's a vacuum, and the cities have an opportunity to step in and show the way. Back to Menlo Park, I know this feels potentially expensive to do, but I think the cost of not doing it is even more expensive. So building seawalls or levees could cost Menlo Park, in my estimates, and building on some research done out of UC Berkeley, it could cost something on the order of $3 billion for our city. So let's think now, spend our money now wisely, and we will save tenfold what we spend now.
Our next speaker this evening is Jen Willison.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking up this extremely important topic. My son the other day spontaneously told me that we have 200 years until the atmosphere will fail. I have no idea where he got that information, but I know he was scared. And that really drives a lot of the work that I'm doing now. And when I started coming to Council, Diane Bailey was very interested in what I was doing with Safe Routes, and I kept thinking, why is this lady so into Safe Routes when she's into environmental and sustainability causes? And it's all, Menlo Spark has sparked in my mind, and all of these issues are so interconnected. And we need bold action, as you know, we need it now. And while zero waste projects and electric charging stations, these are all great, we need bold vision and leadership now. It's transportation that's really driving a lot of this, and Teslas for everybody are not going to solve all of our problems. We have to make it easy and convenient for alternatives to single occupancy vehicles. We need to reduce vehicle miles traveled. We need to do everything. It's all hands on deck. I want to applaud the fire district. They're showcasing an electric fire engine tomorrow. This is going to take action from all levels of government. And so please do what you can to follow the EQC, which is a team of all-stars, their recommendations, and follow through. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Nancy Grove.
Good evening, council members. My name is Nancy Grove. I live at 102 Britton in Atherton, so I'm a non-resident. For more than 25 years, I've been a member, a member of Trinity Church here, and spend so much time there. Some people think I live there, so maybe that counts for something. I'd like to also advocate for your adoption of consideration of the climate goal of net carbon neutrality by 2030. It means a lot to like-minded citizens of nearby towns to have Menlo Park lead by example in this area. Your Environmental Quality Commission and staff have put together a well-thought-out report detailing recommendations for developing a Climate Action Plan 2.0. As someone who participated as a nonprofit leader in the development of the City of Sunnyvale's CAP 2.0, there are several aspects to these recommendations that really resonated with me. The first is that the recommendations acknowledge the importance of Menlo Park's position as a small city near the global technology hub of Silicon Valley and the synergies and opportunities for impact that this provides. The authors acknowledge that, number two, the authors acknowledge the challenge of finding appropriate metrics for what the city can control versus what it can't control, acknowledging that in the end, net zero means net zero, regardless of city growth, swings in the economy, and other uncontrollable variables. I like the fact that the EQC has spent considerable time in peer learning, determining what works and what doesn't work from other cities' experience. So the goal of net carbon neutrality by 2030 is aligned with last year's IPCC report, as Rebecca mentioned, on what's needed to hold global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees centigrade. The report is clear that reaching that goal would require a significant increase in staffing and in city budget. Various options for raising the necessary funding are outlined. As someone whose focus in the climate solutions space has been on individual behavior change, I'm often told that nothing will happen without government policy changes. And I agree, but I think the two are inseparable and interdependent. It is due to the effects of nonprofits like Menlo Spark, local faith-based organizations, and our schools that Menlo Park has an educated citizenry that understands that we are in a crisis, that we as a city have a unique opportunity to make an impact. And this need and this opportunity call for us to commit our time and our treasure to being climate leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Tom Cabot.
Good evening, Council. Thanks for hearing this item. I'm Tom Cabot, a member of the EQC, just speaking for myself tonight. Like Mitch, I was on that team 12 years ago and started working on those first climate action plans. And back then, they felt like long laundry lists of things we could do, and lots of them were to prepare things and opportunities and infrastructure for people to take advantage of if they felt like it. And I think things have gotten a lot more serious. We have to recognize how quickly the climate is changing and how little time we have left, and how we have to shift from a laissez-faire type approach to this to more let's prevent people from making new mistakes. And your bold action on the REACH code and the great design of it by the staff really is going to help that happen in new construction. So we need to start looking at how can we apply that type of thing other places and really have those kind of prudent decisions that help people avoid stranding any new assets that they're going to regret because they won't get to harvest the full lifetime value of them, because we will be either in retreat from the sea level or the fires, or we'll need to abandon the devices themselves. So there's a lot of changing of thinking that we have to do. We are at significant risk. Our only hope is that other cities and states and nations will get their act in gear. And our best way to achieve that hope is by our strategy of showing leadership. I think it is the only viable thing we can do, and it's a great one. And we're off to a good start, but now we're going to get into the heavy lifting. And so this is going to take a reassessment of what is the total capability of this community to keep itself together in the face of climate change. And as Josie mentioned, there may be up to $3 billion worth of expense to make seawalls that would be a temporary measure to protect part of the city. And just looking at that as one of the costs of not achieving success, we need to figure out how much money is it worth to pour into the chance of success and into really showing that our leadership can inspire others and create a great benefit worldwide. So, I think it's time for us to really look at this hard, to start digging deep, and to see how much of a change we can make to follow the IPCC's guidance to do things that are far-reaching, rapidly deployed, and unprecedented. So we want you to take a look at moving into that uncharted territory and demonstrating that leadership that others can follow. Thank you again.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Chris DeCardi.
Good evening. It's great to be here. Menlo Park resident for nearly 20 years, served 2 terms on the Environmental Quality Commission, helped found Menlo Spark. I currently serve on the Planning Commission. I'm speaking for myself tonight. I also have spent my day job for 25 years working on climate change. So a few things to add to the fantastic comments before me. First, 2030 is the right time frame. It's the actionable time frame. It's the way that we can make a difference, and it's the way that we can stay out in front of having things happen to us. So that's right. Second is carbon neutrality is the right goal. It is the level of ambition needed to be able to meet the challenge, and it is absolutely doable. The one thing that I would disagree with is the characterization about the hard work or the heavy lift going forward. And I would reference back to 2013. For 2 of you, you were here, and you took a vote on this council at that time. And all 5 council members at that time said, this is a very difficult vote. This is very hard for us to do. There are extraordinary headwinds. And it did feel like that at the time. But I would point out, if you look over the period of time since then, those headwinds actually did not materialize, and they have turned into tailwinds. The tailwinds of the progress in technology that has driven down costs, the progress in viable and proven solutions that can be controlled and implemented at the city level that show that you can make this happen, and the ability to have the control of your destiny so you can set these policies in a way that they can be done equitably, fairly for the entire community, and that you can reap the economic benefits of a thoughtful process of transition. All of those things happened over the last 7 years, and all of those will happen much faster and at a much deeper level in the next 10 years. It's hard to project that forward, but that is there and that is before us. So the real question is, how do we get there together? And I would say that you are in a fantastic position. You've got incredible staff leadership in play, and they know how to do this and to work to get the best practices from other communities and to be able to work across this community to get it done. The second is you have an incredible Environmental Quality Commission, and I can say this as a past commissioner, this is the strongest commission you have on this issue that you have ever had, and one of the strongest at the local level in the country. And I'm also really proud that you have strong community partners. We founded Menlo Spark because you all who were there at the time said you needed help, and we said we would deliver. And we have delivered community engagement and organizing and resources to come in to help get the technical assistance, to help build the collaboration, and to help prove how we can get these measures done, each of those measures done. That all stands before us. I see this as an opportunity, an incredible moment of leadership, and I'm really excited to work with you all and the community to act. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Ryan Price.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Price. I am the chair of the Environmental Quality Commission currently. Thank you for having this study session. First of all, just as myself, speaking as myself, I think you hear the sense of urgency on this issue from the other speakers. And I also, what Krista Carty just said really resonated with me personally, where I think we do have the opportunity to take on a leadership role because of the coming technologies and other things that we have at our disposal to take action now. As a commission, when we stood before you and put forward the REACH codes, a lot of what you had said back to us was bring us something harder to have a conversation about, to push us as a city farther towards our goals. And we think that this is feasible and that it is something that will potentially require more debate, which I think is why the community engagement piece in the staff presentation is really important, because we do want to hear from members of the community. But I think given the goal we've set, I do think that that is what we as a commission stand behind. And as others have said, we have the leadership in place to do it. We have a fantastic commission, we have a fantastic council, but we also have our sustainability manager, Rebecca, who has put together projects that, as we talked about with the REACH codes, have led changes around the state and now that are trickling across the country, which I think is incredibly impressive. And I think that this effort, again, speaking as myself, does require partnership across the city governments and different departments. And what I personally would love to see is, are there ways for us to work together across departments to figure out how we can incorporate CAP-related goals into the priorities of each of those departments so that we can maximize our impact and at the same time best utilize the resources that we have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Adina Levin.
Good evening. Council members, Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident. And the first of all, personally, the Menlo Park Green Ribbon Citizens Committee and the first Climate Action Plan was the first thing I got involved with civically when I moved to California and lived in Menlo Park. I said, I'm here. I'd like to get involved in the community. What's going on? They said, go to the library, go to the basement. And, that really was the first step in myself getting engaged in the community and in this set of issues. And speaking for Menlo Together, who I believe sent a letter, we really want to endorse the Environmental Quality Commission asks for very aggressive progress on the climate action plan, and in particular to really endorse calling attention to an actions relating to reducing vehicle miles traveled. If you look at what a city does have control over and has a lot of influence to shape, we have a lot of power at the city level on transportation and housing, and that is something that we can really look at. And the city and some of the other cities in our area, their most recent climate action plans, including Sunnyvale and Mountain View, have been looking at those areas to address transportation, which is really the recalcitrant area that's been not reducing, while the other areas in energy and waste have really been going down. And with regard to addressing housing and transportation, we would like to endorse the EQC requests for community engagement, because those aren't just things where we pay money and somebody someplace else does a solar farm instead of a natural gas plant. These are things that do really relate to the core of our community, and therefore having that community engagement, I think, is going to be really essential to help people think about what those things that we have going on here in our community and how those decisions may affect our climate footprint, how they relate to what our neighboring cities and region are doing, and really internalize how that relates to overall climate progress. And then lastly, speaking as a Transportation Complete Streets Commissioner and a member of a relevant subcommittee, we are in support as a commission for being one of the commissions that City Council would authorize to work in this as part of our work plan, which Katie will talk about for you at a subsequent meeting, and would welcome the ability to have the official city support and charter to work on this to help with the transportation issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Ronan Vengosh. Good evening.
Good evening, and thanks for holding this study session. My name is Ronan Vengosh, and I'm here to ask you to declare a climate emergency and to set a target for our city to become carbon neutral by 2030, no later than 2030. California is no stranger to natural disasters. We face earthquakes, fires, droughts, everything you can think of. But climate change is different because it threatens our very civilization. The magnitude and scale of the threat is so vast that it can be paralyzing. It's tempting to look away, to ignore the problem, even to deny its existence. But we can't afford to do that. We need to act now, while there's still time to make a difference. The federal government is failing in its duty to protect Americans from this threat. In fact, in many cases, it's actively working to undermine the efforts to mitigate the danger. Unfortunately, we can't afford to wait for a more responsible administration to come to power, and we must act now. So it falls to jurisdictions like ours, to states, local governments, to carry the burden on their own and to do what must be done. It makes me proud to live here in Menlo Park since 2003 with my family, who's all here tonight, and to be part of a community that's determined to do what's right. That's determined to take the lead in solving this generation's greatest challenge. And my boys, all three of them who are here tonight, Jonathan, Adam, and Daniel, in 10 or 20 or 30 years, I want to be able to look at these guys and tell them I did everything I could to give them a better world, a world that's livable, a world that they can be proud of. And it's probably not too late for us to prevent. It's probably too late for us to prevent serious damage. But if we act now, we can still leave our kids a livable world that they can work to heal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a state of climate crisis, and we must take urgent and aggressive action to protect our homes, our families, and the ecosystem in which we live. This is the only responsible choice. So we need you to be our voice and to declare a climate emergency and set a deadline of 2030 to make our city carbon neutral. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Nicole Kemeny.
Hello, members of City Council. Good evening. I'm a resident of Menlo Park and have 2 kids who go to school with the Van Gogh kids. And I'm also the president of 350 Silicon Valley, so you've heard from me before. You know where I'm coming from. I read this morning in my email that Michael Mann, one of our local climate scholars, thinks that we might have to reduce our emissions twice as fast as what you've been reading in the papers. So sorry to be the bearer of even more urgency. In light of that, if I understood the presentation correctly, and perhaps I didn't, it looks like the plan is to spend much of 2020 creating a plan, and I know that obviously there are many actions that you've already put in motion. However, I wonder if there are more things that we can be doing in that period, simultaneous, in parallel with the planning process, in order to condense the speed of progress here in Menlo Park, and wonder if it isn't also time to do even more out-of-the-box thinking, although it sounds like there's already plenty of that going on. A few thoughts occurred to me as I was listening to presentations that the community engagement, I'm not sure if that's for isolated events or if you're thinking about establishing something more permanent. I think that could be an interesting option in really mobilizing our community rather than just maybe having some meetings to discuss proposals, maybe constituting a body of citizenry that would help move the agenda forward and also create more community engagement in this project. It might also be interesting to bring corporate partners in, large Menlo Park corporate partners, very large ones, who are, right there on our coastline. And the other thing that I was thinking about was, what was it? Perhaps not only sort of passively providing an example, but maybe thinking about ways that we can actually encourage other communities, not just on the peninsula, to replicate our model, to actually be a little bit proactive about our example, since our communities, we're so fortunate as to be leaders in the climate arena. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Diane Bailey.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for holding this study session on this priority issue today. And I know that you're grappling with other priority issues as well. So thank you for the time. I'm here representing both Menlo Spark and Menlo Together today, and you received our comments just late this afternoon, as Adina Levin noted. I wanted to just repeat some of the things that we're asking for in that letter, because other commenters did a really nice job in talking about the urgency of the climate crisis that we're in. And so really what we're asking for is to prioritize a climate action plan in the city work plan for 2020 so that you have the staffing and the resources that you need to get the job done. And if staffing is really an issue, I would really encourage you to issue an RFP for some consulting help, because this is an important priority. The second thing that we asked for is to move forward swiftly on the EQC recommended climate target of zero carbon by 2030. And I think Chris Ducardi did a really nice job in talking about why that 2030 near-term date is so crucial and why we really need to aim for zero carbon. And I also want to note that Menlo Park would be in very good company with a couple of leading cities like Palo Alto, Fort Collins, and Santa Monica, except that the EQC goal would push you out ahead of those cities just a little. They have 2030 goals, but they're not quite as bold. And so this is really an opportunity for Menlo Park to continue its climate leadership and really shine. The third recommendation that we have is to really prioritize the key mobility measures that have just not gotten the attention and we've not seen the progress that we need on these mobility measures. As you know, transportation is really the largest carbon source in our community, and there's a lot that we can do. And so we hope that the Environmental Quality Commission, as well as Complete Streets and the Planning Commission, can really work together and partner to elevate these important measures. The fourth priority that I think that you'll be discussing later this evening is a declaration of a climate emergency, and I hope to see forward movement on that because it can really help shine a spotlight on this critical issue. As you know, we are in a climate crisis. The news lately is not good. We are seeing global greenhouse gas emissions go up, not down, but the story here in Menlo Park is so much better, and we can really show that leadership. And we watched it with the REACH codes earlier this fall, and I just wanted to express my gratitude to staff and EQC and all of you for embracing all-electric new construction. That's something that many other cities in the region have now run with, following the model of Menlo Park. And so I hope you feel great about that and want to reiterate the point real quick that you really do have an all-star team with the Environmental Quality Commission. They put a lot of research and hard work and really fantastic expertise into this recommendation, and I hope that you can follow it and move forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker this evening is our Fire Chief, Harold Chappell-Human. Evening, Chief.
How you doing? Mayor, council members, members of the audience. Yeah, Harold Chappell-Human, Fire Chief, Menlo Park Fire Protection District. And just want to reiterate, I know it's out in the news and we've invited you, but tomorrow night and Thursday in the afternoon, we're having a demonstration of an all-electric fire truck. It comes out of Austria. It's the first of its kind. I thought it was kind of apropos to the conversation tonight. But, you know, to what other speakers have said tonight, you know, you might not, I'd probably the most unlikely, or one of the more unlikely people you would see up here with this topic. But, you know, for the last several years, especially since we're in the business of consequence management, all the things that people are talking about is your firefighters are going to be on the front line of every one of those. If it's flooding, if it's drought, if it's fire, that's typically where we respond. And we've had, in the last several years, especially in Northern California, 3 what we called once-in-a-lifetime fires. Well, how can it be once in a lifetime? We've gone to 3 of them because we've never seen fire behavior like we've seen in some of these fires. We showed at our open house what we called the Firenado truck, 147-mile-an-hour winds with a fire tornado, something that no one had ever seen. And they're living that right now in Australia, as you know, as well. So it's not just here. You know, so we look at those things where we put our people in harm's way. We look at the cancers. I've been to 2 funerals in the last several years based upon firefighters in my age group who have died because of the cancers that they've been getting. So as we look at how we do our business and what we do, how we can do it better, December 18th, we'll have provided advanced life support paramedic services for 25 years to this community. I remember when I came in, I was told by one of our firefighters, you know, we only fight fire. We don't do medical calls. Well, you know what? Today, that's the majority of what we do, and we do it very, very well. I was told we couldn't prepare or plan for disasters, and yet today we have a national response team. We go all over the United States to respond to other people's emergencies. Equally, you know, as we started to see the effects of technological advancements, solar panels, airbags in vehicles, which weren't being designed for our safety or use in mind when they were involved in an accident, we started to get involved in those various things. And we're involved in technology now where we have drones, different types of tech that we can see in the fires and so forth, and we're on the forefront of those innovations as your local fire agencies. So, you know, with this electric fire truck, what we're really looking at is how can we be good stewards and responsible and do things a different way. People have said when I started, the fire service is 200 years of tradition only impeded by progress. I would counter, that's not the Menlo Park Fire District, and that's not how we do our business. So I encourage anyone that wants to come out and see the truck, please do so. It's in the paper in terms of that demonstration. And the board's going to hear from Rosenbauer Thursday evening at 6 p.m. whether or not we should move forward with this piece of equipment. One last thing, if we do that, eventually it'll be a rescue squad in Bellhaven, so that's where we would put it first. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, with that, we have no more public speakers this evening. You can go ahead and bring it up to council for comments. Who'd like to go first? Someone want to go first? Councilmember Nash.
So first of all, thank you so much to staff in the EQC and all the other organizations that are here and have helped so much get Menlo Park out in a leadership role on climate change. I think that it's a huge issue for the world. I think Menlo Park can make a difference. And with that, I actually would like to ask if we can tighten up the 11-month planning process. It seems that, as one of the speakers said, that's time we can't get back if we're using it planning. Can we actually be moving on a proposal? Tighten that up and actually get moving more quickly. It seems that the EQC has given us an outstanding plan to start with, and perhaps we can work with that without having to spend 11 months on another plan.
Okay, any other comments? Do you guys have comments, or are you waiting for a turn?
I have a comment. I'll jump in.
Councilmember Carlton.
Thank you very much. As always, you always put together very good reports, and we appreciate your hard work. I just wanted to point out one thing for my colleagues that we discussed this afternoon. I'm 100% behind this. The good news is we're actually doing better than is indicated in the report, because Peninsula Clean Energy was rolled out in April, and it wasn't rolled out all at once. It was rolled out in pieces. So really, the impact that we've seen of that is about half. So next year, we'll actually have the full impact of the PCE, and a lot of people are upgrading to Eco 100. And those of you in the audience here that care, I do urge you to move up to Eco 100 so that the electricity in your house is 100% greenhouse gas free, and the city has. Thank you, city. And so I just wanted to share with you that we're doing slightly better than is indicated. That doesn't mean that we don't need to keep running with scissors and making it go better and faster, but I just thought I'd share that good news with you. And thank you very much, and thank you to your staff and everyone else.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I wanted to start off with a question to staff. So it is what's being proposed. Now we're still at the sort of 30,000 foot level by staff and by the commission. Is multifaceted, right? And so it's looking at building, it's looking at transportation, and lots of other areas. Give me some sense of how you guys see the value of that versus just sort of narrowing in and putting the resources on one thing, or say whether is just focusing on sort of mobility or transportation. Give me some sense of what you see as the value add versus like really taking, again, like I said, this multi-pronged approach, which there could be some concern of not being able to sort of really get the traction or really going deep or really stretching the city's resources as we're, again, like trying to cover lots of areas and attacking this issue.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councilmember Combs. I think, again, when we look at inputting the numbers for what we're going to see over time, for the existing building stock, you've got 80,000 tons of existing carbon emissions that will continue to be generated. So that's one way of looking at it. And then your next area is transportation. And so with development growth and just general employee growth or residential growth, you've got another 200,000 tons. So you've got 80,000 you're going to see in the next 10 to 15 years for the building sector using natural gas, or 200,000 tons for the transportation sector. And for waste, you have a prediction of 100,000 tons if no action is taken. And so you can prioritize that way. It will be challenging to be carbon neutral if you tackle one issue at a time, but it is up to kind of how you want to prioritize with other city priorities going forward.
And then when it comes to and again, very much in support of the goal of carbon neutral 2030, right? I've heard the saying before, if you achieve your goal, then it wasn't ambitious enough, right? Goals should be big and bold and audacious, right? And I definitely think that we're in a position to make that sort of goal in this area. So I'm very much supportive of it. But once sort of we've achieved all of the efficiencies, then there is that just base sort of carbon output that's there. And so if you could sort of, in the public forum, give me some sense of then how we get that last mile of neutrality. What are some of the key levers you see achieving that? Is it sort of are we talking about offsets? How do those exactly look? Do those take place in Menlo Park? Do they take place other places?
Right, and so those are the things we'll be exploring over the next 6 months. But the Environmental Quality Commission has looked into how they would see defining carbon neutrality, which is a 90% reduction from our 2005 levels. And then the remaining 10%, which is what you're speaking to, is, there's these lingering, how do we get these greenhouse gas emissions, because maybe we can't convert. Maybe there's still some reasons that we need to use natural gas in certain instances. And that is through carbon offsets, carbon sinks, the urban canopy, vegetation. Those are all typically the shorter term, smaller gains that you can get immediately, or just to kind of sequester the leftover kind of emissions that you weren't able to capture through other policies or programs.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lucky, for the presentation. I have a question, a follow-up question based on a public comment regarding community engagement. In the report, you say community engagement, this will be a consult-type community engagement, and you may or may not keep the information or the community input. But then we had a few speakers speak that they wanted to have more of a robust community engagement process. So I'm just trying to figure out which one will it be.
Right. So the consult type engagement, so everything will be recorded and documented. Okay. What you would probably see in staff reports is the general feedback. So if we're hearing something, from a good amount of folks or community members, that kind of signals that or if there's a new idea, right, that someone comes up with, we'll evaluate it, we'll look at it. But after further analysis, if for some reason it doesn't quite fit, or it may require looking at a different option to present to council as an add-on, what the impact would be if you added on this specific piece of feedback or idea. But as far as just suggesting, so the consultation is really going to the commissions. I did write down the Housing Commission is probably one to also add as well. But it's the Environmental Quality Commission, Planning Commission, EQC, or I think I already said EQC, Complete the Streets, and then Housing, and then going to some of the, again, nonprofits. So there are groups that participate. These are all public meetings where members of the public can come to as well and express their feedback. If there is further desire to go into a more diverse group, such as what we did maybe with the Heritage Tree Task Force, where you're bringing diverse group together and they're meeting, on a regular basis, that will extend the time period to complete a climate action plan. So you're looking at probably over, up to a year or a little bit more than a year to get that completed. So it's just kind of weighing how much input do you want to get to the end game of it. That's what I would advise.
Excuse me. So is it possible to create some best practices so that it wouldn't take as much time? Because it sounds like what you just described would take a long time. And I do believe that the Housing Commission should be a part of the discussion. But some way to create some best practices, some criteria so that you have something simple to use. It just sounded a little complicated, what you just described. Oh, my last question is about reducing gasoline purchases, which is, I'm not sure how that would be done, but just an idea. We already have a shuttle system for Menlo Park that doesn't serve the general community of Menlo Park just because of how often it runs, but just an idea as far as reducing gasoline purchases, a shuttle that already exists would eliminate maybe 20 people from driving if it ran more frequently and also had different stops or additional stops than what it currently does. But other than that, I'm actually looking forward to the resolution for the declaring our city in climate emergency. So thank you so much.
All right, so Councilmember Carlton.
I was just going to follow up. I have an idea. And we've already discussed it. And we may not be able to deal with it tonight, but hopefully we can bring it up. I've had people come to me since we've passed the EV charging saying that it's not enough, that they're not able to get electric cars because they live in apartment buildings and they have so few charging stations, they're nearly fistfights over them. And as things particularly are being built new and it's more cost effective, I'd like us to look at raising the number that we require to actually be installed. Because even though we have the conduit, a lot of landlords are not financially incentivized to do the right thing for the environment. And so then it's up to us to be a little tougher. But I'll bring that up later. I was just going to throw it out there that I feel like we were a little lax on that, and we can be a lot tougher and a lot more proactive in getting people into green cars, particularly where we're going to have 100% greenhouse gas-free energy to put into those cars rather than petrol.
Councilmember Nash? Sure. Okay. So I'm sort of thinking about this a little differently. So so for me, the 2030 goal is fine, but setting a goal is, we're in a different game here than we've been in the past. Because in the past, when we talked about this, we were setting goals that were, if you tweaked the system, you might get there. Or if you set a code as to what will be built, you'll get there. But now what we're really talking about is something entirely different. You're talking about basically hand-to-hand interaction at the home level in people's personal lives. And it's something that the city doesn't do. Typically, when we do it, the best thing that I can compare it to is when we're putting in like a bike lane or a sidewalk in front of someone's house, or something that's actually affecting their existing condition. And when you do that, what you need to do is you need to have a campaign around that at a very local, personal level. Otherwise, you don't get to your end point. You don't get buy-in from the community. The worst event is that you don't get buy-in from community, and then nothing's going to happen. I mean, and that's the thing that I fear about, that I'm concerned about here, is we can set goals, we can set a great climate action plan, but if there's no community buy-in, and they're passive, we won't hit our mark. So, and when I think about the climate action plan, there's that saying, it's not the end point, it's the journey. And so I wonder if there's the opportunity in creating the climate action plan to do that with a campaign, to get community involvement in the different sectors of the community so that they are bought into this plan at the neighborhood level. I think it's going to require that sort of robust engagement to have different neighborhoods engaged in this and want to do this and be bought in on this in order for us to get it done. And so what I think it's a lot for you alone, Rebecca. I think that I think that, candidly, I think that this is something that you're looking at, like one of the assistant city managers in their portfolio tracking cross-department with Rebecca to do, because I think it's a cross-department effort. I think that it's a robust engagement at the neighborhood level. I don't think we're just going to take input. I think what I would think would be, as you're putting this plan together, you're saying, okay, it's going to be a different conversation in Bellhaven than it's going to be in Felton Gables. There's different issues in terms of how you get there. And candidly, if you break it down in the neighborhood level, you're also going to have probably different levels of buy-in of what's at stake in that neighborhood, who wants to do it, and then you can get. So I think what you do is I think you actually break it up that way into the city, and you try to get that engagement level at the city, and you use your commissioners in those different parts of the city to do that. It's a tremendous opportunity if we do it that way, actually, to create. And didn't we just do something with hire an outreach person? Is there something engagement, some new level of engagement we're doing?
Please, community.
Yeah, community. So there's the opportunity to go ahead and use that to do it. But that's ideally, if we don't reach that level of personal touch, I don't think we accomplish it. I think we set a goal and we have a really good document, but we don't get there because I don't think, I just think it's people are passively living their lives, and then unless they're bought in at that level of local neighbor touching, we're excited about it. I don't think you move it, or worse, you do start to move it in a way that's active and you get pushed back. So those are my comments on it. I think it really requires quite a bit of program management at that local neighborhood level. And I'm all for setting the goal, but what's more important to me in this process is the campaign, how we execute it. So, Councilmember Nash.
What I would like to see is, and I think it's in here already, is we know that transportation and building are the biggest two drivers of emissions. What can we do to have the biggest impact soon, given current technology, and not try and define everything for the next 10 years because technology is changing, our lives will be changing, just what's happening will be changing. So I guess that's why I keep sort of veering away from actually spending 11 months on a plan and trying to figure out where is there a big initiative that we can try, that we can start with, do a very robust community outreach with that, but not try and grab the entire 10-year plan and figure out how we're going to do all of it at this point. We just need to get started. And given that, I worry that, or I guess I should say I wonder whether what has been sort of prioritized at this point is the best approach. Electrifying existing buildings, what I would love to see there is, well, first of all, I believe that we've pushed strongly with the REACH codes, and I'm really thrilled that we're there, to now require retrofitting existing buildings. What I would like to see is actually do an education program and show people why they should be doing this. I think there's a really compelling story with so many different dimensions to it, why people should be moving away from natural gas to electricity. So an education program, why do people want to voluntarily move with their existing buildings? And then how do you do it? I'm personally trying to do that in my own home, and it's incredibly difficult to even figure out who to go to, how to start. And it would be great to have a resource. How do you do that? And then partnering with nonprofits such as Menlo Spark or another group to actually give financial incentives for people and businesses to make that change, rather than going through and mandating at this point electrifying existing buildings. The next piece, EV infrastructure. Again, wonderful. I think we should do more. Definitely helps the climate, but ultimately I think we need to be looking at VMT and reducing vehicle miles traveled. How do we go about doing that? It's going to be harder than installing more of an EV infrastructure, but I think again, if we're going to try and achieve carbon neutral 2030, which I strongly believe we should use as our goal, I think we have to take some bold steps early. We're going to have to do a lot of, that'll take a lot of research, probably some expert consultants, and a lot of community outreach for something like that. And then finally, I would love to hear the rationale for putting resources at this point towards zero waste, given that in the big scheme of things, it's like 2%. And so even if we achieve 100% zero waste, which I think is not possible, but maybe it is, it's not moving the needle that much. So it's something to me that we should not focus on initially. It's something that we can do later as we're trying to catch the rest of the pieces. And it's not to say don't do it at all. Certainly, whatever we can do as we're along the way, but to make it an initial focus to me is not trying for the biggest impact. And I think that's, thank you.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize, I'm not saying this isn't a huge opportunity. I think we should do this. But I think that the way we do this matters. I think if we go about and I think there's a tremendous opportunity to go ahead and reach out into our city, and that there's an absolute necessity that we move forward and do this. But I think it has to be an active engagement with the public at a very local level, or it's not going to work. So, and it has to be cross-departmental, and it has to be project managed at the top, down through the departments, because it's going to be really hard for you. I've been in your position. It's going to be really hard to you to go to another department and say, what about this? It's going to have to come from the assistant city manager to go to those departments and say, what are we doing cross-functionally? And so, but all the nitty-gritty, I personally think all the nitty-gritty, I think it's neighborhood dependent. I do think it's going to be like, we're going to get down a neighborhood, and this neighborhood's going to be ready to go on this, and they're going to be excited about it. And then we're going to get in this neighborhood, and they're going to say, well, we want to do this. We're excited about this. I think we need to figure out a way how to get down to that micro level, because I think it's a campaign. In a campaign, it's hand-to-hand at micro neighborhood level to get it results. Councilmember Combs.
Very much appreciate and agree with lots of the comments tonight from my colleagues. My question for the city manager and Rebecca, are you getting the direction you need? Or like, how does that happen? Is it a subcommittee of the council that gives that additional direction? Is it because I'm totally with the mayor on looking at it from a very much sort of how we get the community engaged and supportive of this, and again, that being just one aspect of it. But there's a lot, and I just want to make sure we're sort of giving necessary direction.
I think a council subcommittee is a great idea. I think that you're all generally giving us similar direction, but the devil's in the details. So I think if we had a council subcommittee to work with, and then we could bring it back for the council so you know what our overall view and perspective, program, cross-functional, cross-departmental approach will be, then I think that would be very helpful.
Can we appoint tonight, Bill? Yeah? Who wants to serve on the subcommittee? Betsy? I'd love to do it, but if you'd like to. Okay, I'm happy to do it then. It's great. All right. So everyone's okay with that? Yeah. Okay.
Who is it?
It's going to be Betsy and I.
Okay.
All right. Are we all set? Everyone upset? Rebecca, we've been talking at you for a while. Do you have any questions for us? No? Thank you. Okay. Awesome. So we're going to go ahead now and move on to the next study session item, the city drone program. Sergeant Aaron Dixon will make the presentation.
Good evening, Council. Dave Bertini, your police chief. As you may remember, earlier this year we had a joint meeting with the Atherton Town Council, and one of the subjects that was brought up and discussed was a possible city drone program for the city of Menlo Park. And as promised, we are here tonight to study the viability of such a program here in Menlo Park. This is being modeled after the city of Mountain View, which approved a similar city drone program. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sergeant Aaron Dixon from the police department, Brian Henry from Public Works, and Chuck Andrews from Community Development to give you some information, a brief, hopefully brief, presentation on the drone program. Thank you.
Good evening. Aaron Dixon with the police department. As the chief mentioned, we're going to talk a little bit about a drone program. The purpose of tonight's discussion is to talk about the program, provide a little bit of background about unmanned aerial systems, information about how we may use them, and solicit feedback from the council and direction. So to begin with, I think it's best to understand the unmanned aerial system as a camera on a stick. It's just an ability for us to put something that we can see from in a position that gives us greater situational awareness. And when we talk about how our program could get off the ground, so to speak, Mountain View has already sort of led the way. They have created a policy that is in accordance with the ACLU's recommendations on drone usage. It focuses heavily on civil liberties. And, you know, we'd be obviously very concerned with hearing from the community regarding concerns and addressing them as they come up. This is just a photo of some drones that are out there. These are sort of this company, DJI, they're sort of the big dog. So ideally, this would be a citywide program. We see value in public works and community development, which is why these two gentlemen are up here with me tonight. The police department, obviously, and then as the program develops, I'm sure that we're going to identify other departments within the city that would also benefit from the drone program. Who would be flying these vehicles would be volunteers from various city departments, seeing as how it would be a citywide program, and they would receive FAA training and certification to operate the drones. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Public Works. Brian Henry.
All right, thank you, Aaron. I'm Brian Henry with Public Works. So from a maintenance perspective, we would use this equipment to perform inspections, work that needs to be done, and then inspect work once it gets completed. In our first example, it's a photo of the rooftop solar panels at the gymnasium. They're installed on a tile roof. So every time we go up there to either inspect or maintain the solar panels, it's very fragile work because the tiles often crack underneath the weight of the employees as they inspect or repair the solar panels. So a drone would make that inspection much easier. Also up on the roofs are gutters and downspouts. As we prepare for wet weather every year, we do our best to do inspections, but some of our roofs are 3 stories high. And so if we were able to get employees off of ladders and lifts and instead inspect from the ground with the use of a drone, that would be much safer. We could also use this technology to inspect confined spaces, not only tight, small areas, but also expansive interiors. So if you imagine a facility like the gymnastics center with a roof that's taller than, or a ceiling taller than this ceiling, where there's gymnastics equipment that's attached to the ceiling, we'd be able to inspect those attachments and that apparatus much easier and faster than currently using ladders and scissor lifts and interrupting programming. We can inspect work in our parks, work that needs to be done like at Bayfront Park where we do our annual mowing. We can inspect the work once the contractor has completed the work. And other large-scale projects like the weed abatement at Sharon Hills Park where we use goats as opposed to the mowers. This would be a great tool for the city arborist as he does inspections, so this would provide eyes high up in the canopy of the trees to look and get a better idea of the structure of the trees or cavities that have developed that you can't see from the ground. And it would also be a benefit to wildlife, so ensuring that we're not doing any tree work around active nests, both birds and mammals, to protect the wildlife in our community as well. From a CIP and engineering perspective, it would give us a great angle on the underside of bridges. This is the Willow Place Bridge abutment that we're working to improve, and right now it's difficult to see. So if we were able to send a drone under, we'd have a much better idea of what work we are working, what portions of the bridge need repair. That's a handful of examples from Public Works. Now I'll hand it over to Chuck.
Good evening, council members. My name is Chuck Andrews. I'm the Assistant Community Development Director of Building. The building department inspection team would benefit from a drone program. Some of the benefits include speeding up inspection time, rooftop inspections, dangerous areas, emergency relief, such as a catastrophic event, and relying on contractor equipment for inspections. In the slide you see before you, that's an unsafe structure. There was a tree that fell on a house, and there's been several of these lately. And sometimes it gets so bad that you're unable to enter the house. If we were able to go ahead and fly a drone into this house just to see the extent of damage, we would be able to get a better understanding of if we can go into that structure or not. Car collisions with buildings happen frequently here in Menlo Park. Chimney instability. So if we have a seismic event, a chimney, sometimes these chimneys crack and they become very unstable. And we would be able to go in with a drone and look and see in those areas if the chimney would be compromised and if it was imminently ready to fall into the building and so forth. Natural disasters and catastrophic events. There we go. Then we have large-scale projects. We have atriums, exterior glazing inspections. We have siding and window inspections. We have tools that the contractor provide us. If you look at that picture, you will see what they call a JLG. It is a boom lift, and sometimes we have to go up on these in order to do our inspections. Obviously, there's harnesses involved, and there's protective measures involved as well. But we're relying on that contractor equipment when we go up there and do these types of inspections. A drone would be able to go ahead and live feed to us an inspection area, and we would be able to inspect it at that time. It decreases inspection time and less potential injury to the inspector. Liability is also a concern for the city, and we may be able to go ahead and reduce that liability. Then again, we have rooftop solar inspections. We get multiple roof inspections every day. We go up onto roofs that have a steep pitch to them. And what happens is if the roof becomes too steep, we will not inspect that roof. We will inspect it from the ground just because of a safety factor. We would be able to, with a drone, we'd be able to go up and again live feed and look and make sure that the roof is inspected to the best ability of the inspector. Cell towers. We have cell stations that we have to inspect. There's standalone structures and there's cell transmission structures as well. We need to look at these areas and make sure that the connections are correct and that the conductors coming down from those cell transmission sites are adequate in size. We also have dangerous areas. And Brian was talking to us about confined space inspections. A lot of times what we have to do is we have to wear air monitors in confined space inspections, just because gases sometimes tend to fall into those areas, and they'll overcome you in certain aspects. Things like manholes and health hazard rooms. It would benefit us from an inspection standpoint in those areas. And the last area that it would help us in would be planning inspections. So from the planning department, although minor in nature, they would be able to get a good snapshot of typical items like roof screens on top of buildings, that type of thing, to make sure that they're in compliance with the planning department. With that, I'll go ahead and I'll give it back to Sergeant Dixon for the final comments.
So we've talked a little bit about how these gentlemen would use it in their departments. Now I'll take a moment to talk about how the police department hopes to utilize a drone. We'd benefit in one aspect in investigating traffic collision scenes. So this is an aerial shot of a mock-up of a traffic collision. The investigation of this would take hours and hours, about 3 or 4 for a 2-vehicle major injury collision. And during that time, we would shut the roadway down. So if an accident like this happened at Bayfront and University, we'd shut that intersection down to traffic and no one would be moving for 3 hours while we map the intersection with basically surveying equipment. What we could do with the drone is input a geofence around that intersection and have the drone fly back and forth, snapping photos. The software would stitch it back together, and we'd have a better picture than what we could draw in a half hour as opposed to 3 or 4 hours. Crime scene reconstruction. Again, same sort of thing. A drone could fly back and forth over a scene and take photos, stitch it all together, and get a much more accurate representation than we could do by measuring from known points with literally a tape measure and walking out from a curb, for instance. So it would also improve our search capability for missing people and victims. If you'll take a look at this photo, this is a Fremont police photo where a person with some developmental challenges had escaped. It was a juvenile who escaped from a school, and it went dark before they could find this person. On the left-hand side, you'll see that that's what a regular camera would see. It was very dark and some bushes and stuff. On the right-hand side, that little orange sort of blip in the gray, that's the student. So they were able to recover this student. There's all kinds of issues that would present leaving someone out in the cold or in the rain. They were able to recover the student before any harm was able to fall to him. Obviously, suspects as well. This photo is the Boston bomber. It was a thermal camera that picked him up in the back of that boat that you see there, and he was armed. So we don't have to send officers to poke their head into the back of that boat to see if he's there. Well, if he's laying there in wait with a firearm, we could fly above and see this picture here and know where he's at. And that's obviously beneficial to the officers, but it's beneficial to people who may be passing by, and it's beneficial to the guy in the boat also, because we aren't forced to enter in close proximity. We can stand off and call out. A drone would enhance situational awareness. This is a planned event, so we could keep a look at above for events that we have planned coming up. And then in-progress crimes. So what I mean by situational awareness is if you'll take a look at this photo, this is from Miami-Dade, and this is a rooftop, and in the middle of the rooftop you see a subject laying down, and outside, those are police officers. So this is actually a video that's about 5 minutes long, where that guy on the roof who was burglarizing that home ran around the roof trying to get down, and they were able to coordinate where the police officers went because they could see him the whole time. This is a quick video from Chula Vista. Chula Vista's a pioneer city with drone deployment. They have a drone as first responder program. That's not what we're advocating for here. However, it is a, like I said, it's a pioneer city, and they do give us a good idea of some of the capabilities that police officers would use them for.
Is here, and it looks like this: a police drone first on scene, giving officers a bird's eye view into exactly what's happening on any given call.
This actually gives us opportunity to hear what's going on now, hear where it is, and be en route as we're getting more and more information about the call.
So we can get a clear view of who's involved in the call, right, if they have a weapon in their hands or not.
So you may not be able to hear, but that subject there has a knife in his hand. And again, the police officers aren't forced to go and confront him at a close proximity. They can watch what he's doing with that knife.
Chief of Police Roxana Kennedy spearheaded the program a year ago and announced Wednesday it has successfully completed its 1,000 mission.
Now, having these drones as first responders gives our officers more information to make better decisions.
As we get closer, we're going to try to get a long eye as the drone's still flying to the location and see if we can get any hints of what's going on.
This is the drone room. Agent Matt Hardesty is not only getting calls from police dispatch, but he's also listening in on 911 calls. Where before he would have to wait for the operator to pass the information, now he's making critical decisions to send the drone just from hearing the tone of a person's voice. This, says Chief Kennedy, is a major game changer.
Is that we now have live 911. And our drone operators are the pilot program that is researching the viability of this program and able to listen in on 911 calls. And if your life is at risk, 30 seconds may make the difference.
And that's really the highlight, this 911 program where they're listening in real time and then able to dispatch the drone immediately, really has potential to save lives, and this hopefully will become the future in law enforcement across the country. For now, we are in Chula Vista.
So moving forward, we recognize there are some concerns that would come up. These things would be addressed by one. They're already addressed in constitutional federal law, state law, and then we would have a robust policy, as I mentioned earlier on, with a critical eye on privacy. So here we talk about no warrantless observation of locations where a person has reasonable expectation of privacy. And that will be outlined in the policy. No random surveillance. So the drones are for a purpose, not just to fly and watch. No discrimination or harassment, and no personal use of drones. So these would be a city asset. And then for data retention, it would be just like the body cameras that we wear now. Again, this is just a camera on a stick. Right now I have a camera on my chest, and we already have policy about how to retain this. We would retain it in the same manner. So if we were to look forward and get direction to look deeper into this program, here are some of the things that we would be considering. Establishing a coordinator, operators, and administration of the program. Again, approved and prohibited uses, compliance with applicable laws. We'd have to figure out which ones we were going to get, and we'd come to you with that. Deployment areas and range, and we mentioned geofencing a little bit, drawing an outline of where the drones can and can't fly. With that, I'd like to open to any questions.
Should we take public comment first? Yes. Did you have a question?
I just had a quick question. Are the drones recording what they see?
So when we activate them, yes. So if it were flying from a place to a deployment location, you can have it set to not record and then turn it on when it gets there.
Okay.
Unless you did want it to record, say you were close enough to the deployment location and you were flying over a potential avenue of flight, you may want flight where the suspect would run. You may want it recording at that time. It's it would be situation dependent.
I think it's somewhat obvious. To add to the list is going to be our rules on how long those recordings are kept, how they're kept, that kind of thing.
Right. The data retention policy for digital body recorders
Yeah.
is currently it's 2.5 years, unless it's a case that's not adjudicated yet, or there's some civil liability that we may face, or there are certain cases that we retain indefinitely.
Okay, thank you.
That brings up a question, and then we'll take public comment, but it's in my head now. So does that mean, I have two issues. One, it says no intentional, but that would mean the unintentional could happen, recording of private spaces.
I'm sure that there could be an accident somehow.
Well, or you just could reach a certain height and you're looking at something and it goes and you can
Right.
see somewhere else. And then would it be subject to a public records request?
Yes.
So the files that were recorded could be subject to public records request?
Yes.
Okay. We'll come back to that then.
Hold on. Okay, while I'm thinking of this, do we have the ability, for example, if you're chasing someone legitimately who just robbed a bank, and your thing went over Betsy's backyard and took pictures of Betsy's children, and Betsy didn't really, for personal reasons, want her children to be filmed and have that up there for public record request or what have you, do we have the ability to redact, to go edit out children or other people who might be vulnerable?
Yes, we do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead.
Just using you as an example.
Let's go ahead and pick our public speakers. Our first public speaker is Adina Levin.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking as an individual. And unlike the previous topic where I do have some knowledge on the subject, this is something that I really don't know very much about at all, but looked into this and wanted to make some comments. So first of all, the public works idea seems like a good idea to get employees off of ladders, doing building inspections and roof inspections and so on. That seems pretty innovative and efficient, but I have some significant concerns about the law enforcement and civil liberties implications. So I just Googled ACLU and drones, and on their webpage on the topic, they recommended the following safeguards. I'm just going to be reading off their website. Usage limits. A drone should be deployed by law enforcement only with a warrant. In an emergency or when there are specific and articulable grounds to believe that the drone will collect evidence relating to a specific criminal act. Usage policy on drones should be decided by the public's representatives, not by police departments, and the policy should be clear, written, and open to the public. I think that there's a lot of potential consequences and implications. I'm wondering if we might, since ACLU are experts on this, would we be, I would recommend bringing in ACLU to give us, and other experts to bring us expert recommendations on this topic, because there are significant civil liberties concerns. If you talk about a suspicion, so the tradition on Nextdoor, there's so much evidence that someone will call in a suspicious person, and that suspicious person is an African-American person who is walking down the street because they live there or they're visiting a friend. And so I would really like our city to get a lot of expert advice on the policies around these before we move ahead with using drones for, particularly for law enforcement surveillance purposes. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Pamela Jones.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Mueller, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, Council Members Nash, Carlton, City Manager, and the Police Department and staff. Pamela Jones, resident of District 1, the Bellhaven neighborhood. It's important that our police department serves and protects Menlo Park residents and the general public and is provided with necessary tools to perform their job. The hard copy PowerPoint presentation for unmanned aircraft system Proposal did not include any comparative data of existing city programs and specific utilization within Menlo Park, and I responded to what was online. It would be helpful to know the estimated frequency of usage by the Public Works Department, and I want numbers, Community Development Department, and the cost to use it. Additionally, there appears to be no communication with the Menlo Park Fire District's drone program to determine the possibility of joint usage of existing drones or expanding their program. Population of Mountain View is over 81,000 and has a drone program shared with Fire and Public Works Department. Chula Vista has a population of over 270,000 and it covers 50 square acres, square miles. And they have a community advisory committee. The population of Menlo Park is a little over 34,000, which increases on a weekday somewhere between another 15 to 17,000 people, but not comparable to those other two cities. Additionally, at this time, there is no open community or residents oversight committee that maintains documentation of meetings or can advise and provide feedback to our police department. There's also concern that a drone program may open the city to violation of civil rights. For example, it's difficult to assess data in the open data portal on whether or not racial profiling occurs in Menlo Park or East Palo Alto, and the number of interactions for any reason that that the police department has with the public. It is also difficult to ascertain the number of calls, amount of time, and reimbursement of services when the police assist in non-Menlo Park geographical areas. At this time, there needs to be more information, such as the number of drones, staff requirements for each department, budgeting, amount of time required to perform non-police related tasks, and notification to public when drones are used, especially the properties adjacent to the area being inspected. It is suggested that all city departments work with the fire district for a possibility of a joint program, use other technologies such as Google Earth, and they also use helicopters now. In addition, robust community outreach such as the City of Mountain View's model of a live stream of the public discussion posted for community members to view the event and ask questions in real time, or something similar. That's robust public engagement. Essentially, the question is why Menlo Park really needs to have a drone program. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Smitha Gandavajala.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable City Council members and community members of Menlo Park. My name is Smitha Gandavajala, and I am a program coordinator for the Youth Leadership Institute in San Mateo. But I'm speaking right now as just a young person. From what I've gathered, and to echo what both of the previous speakers shared, I think that my statement can basically be boiled down to, with great power comes great responsibility. And when you have a technology that is as invasive as drone technology, I just want to, again, underline and underscore the cautions and precautions that both speakers shared that we need to take. I want to emphasize the need for a strong community input and engagement process, especially given that residents may have, strong opinions about such a powerful technology and the implications of it. I also would like to say, again, with all of the civil liberties concerns and the potential for abuse, I think that there should be really, really, really strong penalties for abuse that would be so strong that they would make the abuser really consider it twice or not at all. That's all that I really have to share. I'm just kind of concerned that this technology is being considered at all. I think that there are powerful and useful applications of it, but that there should be extreme caution taken because of the impacts that it can have on community members' lives. Thank you.
Thank you. We have any other speakers? Nope. Okay, let's go ahead and bring it back up for questions. Who'd like to go first? Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
My first question is, I missed the joint meeting with Atherton, but I don't ever recall the drone program being considered for the council, other than seeing it on the agenda. So I'm just curious as to where that came from and how much time has been spent on putting this information together for us.
I wasn't there for that meeting. I'm sorry. Can you Repeat the question again.
So my question was, I believe in the introduction that there was a reference to the joint meeting with Atherton and information that was provided at that meeting. I wasn't there at that meeting, so I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out where the idea came from for the drone program. Thank you, Chief Bertini.
I can answer that. It was something that was brought up as far as public safety and cooperation with the city of Atherton. It was just something that came up as a subject of something we were going to be studying and bringing to council as a study session. And again, as promised, here is the study session on the program.
Thank you.
And as far as how long Sergeant Dixon's been working on it, probably about 6 months. 6 months now.
Well, just to follow up on some of the questions from public comment, the first one being, why does Menlo Park need a drone program?
So on top of the benefits that it could provide to community development and public works and other departments within the city, it is a great enhancer of safety for police officers, for bystanders, and for subjects, like we talked about with the Boston bomber in the back of the boat. So if a police officer was forced to go and look into the boat to clear the boat, and the subject is lying there in wait, then there's highly likely going to be an officer-involved shooting. Out of that, one or both of the subjects involved are highly likely going to be hurt or killed. Also, generally suspects don't have much regard for if they're going to shoot at police officers for passersby. So stray bullets are often find unintentional targets. If we can stand off, like you saw in the video, with a subject who had the knife and not have to go in and force that confrontation, everybody's safety quotient increases exponentially.
Did you consider a partnership or reaching out to the fire district since they already have an existing drone program?
Yes, we did.
I don't have anything else for right now. Anybody else have anything?
What were the considerations in coming forward with a Menlo Park program as opposed to partnering with the fire district?
So some of the concerns with that or potential problems that we see in partnering is a reliance on another agency for the equipment and or pilots. So there could be a time, particularly in a natural disaster, where we have conflicting needs. Fire department needs the drone, and so do we. We need the pilots, so do they. And then we're stuck. And it would go to the fire department since it would be theirs. Also, we would need to rely on their pilots, and their mission is different. In the same way that it wouldn't be the most efficient use to have a police officer fly over and look for hot spots at a fire, because we don't have that training. It may not be the most efficient use to have a firefighter flying over the surface of a high-risk search warrant, because they're not looking for the same things that we're trained to look for. And then eventually, when you're borrowing equipment from someone else, there will be a cost that gets associated. And so for those three reasons, we thought it best to look into starting the program on our own that we could share with community development and public works in the rest of our city and not have those reliances.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to understand, so we're getting this today as a study session, so if you get the direction to proceed from council, I want to understand sort of how this looks when it comes back to us. So would it be like, these are the drones we want to buy, this is the policy that we feel that would govern their usages, these are the people we want to train, this is the cost, is there something I'm missing? I just want to understand completely, like, if I say I'm supportive, you guys can continue to pursue this, what's the next phase that this comes to council, and how does it look generally?
That's precisely right. That's exactly right.
Right.
Here's the equipment we would like to get. Here's how many pilots we're going to need. Here's how many pieces of equipment we will need. Here's where they'll be stored. Here's how we'll share them with the other departments in the city. You're spot on.
So, okay, do you have a question? So here's the thing on this one, and it's that sometimes when you're up here, you're like, I know what I don't know, right? So I'm sitting here right now, and I'm like, I know what I don't know, and it's a lot. So I see you guys have made a really great case for the use cases, and I'm sitting here, and so I'm sitting here, I'm like, yeah, I mean, imagine a kid gets abducted and we're trying to find him and we can get one of those up in the air and it's not getting caught in traffic, and that's a wonderful use case, right? Like there's a bunch of wonderful use cases, and that's great. The thing that I don't know is what are the guardrails? And well, I think what I would want to see the next time this comes back to us is an expert in the guardrails to tell us, like, what are the guardrails? What should we be thinking about if we're going to do this? And maybe it's, as was suggested, someone from the ACLU. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's a subject matter expert who specializes in doing this. But to have that to understand as we put together, because the real thing before us here is whether or not we can craft a policy that makes not just the council comfortable with it, but the public comfortable with it, right? And so understanding that that knowledge behind that policy is just critical to get this done. The other thing that wasn't talked about tonight that I think is also, I need to know the guardrails around a software application to that video file. Like, are we going to be in a situation where we're doing, feature identification or facial identification, or you talked about thermal imaging. There's more and more things that can be done with drone, and all of those things require guardrails, right? All of those things require guardrails. And so we haven't really, and I think that, in order to say you're going to support something, you have to know what those guardrails are first. You wanted to go ahead?
So I think it's worth noting, there's a company called Lexipol. I don't know your familiarity with it, but what they do is they evaluate case law, statutory law, and then best practices for law enforcement agencies throughout the state, and they recommend policies based on all of that. They have a policy out already on drones, so they have a slew of subject matter experts. Not to say that we shouldn't bring one to this discussion, but we wouldn't be sort of leading the way. This is out there already. There are policies in place already. There are recommended council policies, city policies for drone programs that are based on best practices and applicable law.
So what would be great is that the next time we see it, we could see them, but I want to see someone who's critical of them too, right? I mean, what we're trying to do, what we do in this room oftentimes is you try to create, we go through the process to create trust in the process, right? That's why we go through the process a lot of times, is to create trust in the process. And so I'd like to bring someone in. I'd like to go through it, look at the model ordinance you bring forward, and then have the person who might be somewhat critical of that look at us and tell us what else we're thinking about. And then when we go through that night, if we get to it that we want to do it, we're going to be comfortable with it, and we're going to be able to look people in the eye and say, hey, we looked at both sides of this thing, and we reached that level of comfort that we feel like it can be deployed in the community. The use cases for me, and I'm not speaking for everybody, everyone's going to have their opinions, but the use cases for me are great. I just need to know, I just really want to have a discussion about what the guardrails are for those use cases, and I know I don't know them tonight. I have my understanding of constitutional law, and I've looked at these issues before, but the technology's moved now, and the whole thing about you reach to a certain level of height and you can see a lot, and you got the thermal imaging on there, and all of a sudden you're seeing something going on in a building, right? There's just a lot going on there that I think people have deconstructed. So I'd like to hear from them. It's the software applications to it that really have me thinking, okay, what do we do there? Because if we don't give you guys, if we haven't considered that and know we haven't considered that, that's where we could get in trouble later on. So that's where I am on it. And then sharing with the fire station, it is interesting to me that in Mountain View they share it, that they do have it with their fire station, but I think Mountain View has their own fire district, right? I mean, I think the city actually runs the fire district like Palo Alto does. So So I'm kind of wondering, go ahead.
It's their fire department.
It's their fire department, but is there something, but the question, but that belies the question, is it the fact that it's a different district that doesn't make it feasible? Is it just the fact that we don't, what makes it, is that the distinguishing point?
No, not necessarily that it's a district. It's just those things that I was talking about, reliance on an outside entity for something that, again, in a natural disaster, we're all going to be clamoring for the same resources, and if they're shared, it's going to make getting them very difficult. So having them on hand, in-house, would be beneficial. And again, we have we have a different mission. We serve a different goal. So I'm not trying to look for, like we were talking about, hotspots in a fire in the same way that a high-risk search warrant, they're not looking at the back door unless someone's coaching them through it.
Yeah, so the question, so I'm not there yet. I'll just be candid with you, and I can get me there, but I'm not there yet. And I'll tell you, because the reason why is if there's a city that's using it, the question I have is, I can see where you want to reach the efficiency of the right number of drones, but then we also don't want to do something that's duplicative, right? So you're going to have to get me there that it's not duplicative, basically. But this is a study session. This is why we tell you what we need to get there. So, but I think you do always want to look at new technology if you can guardrail it right. So, and I appreciate all the work you've put on this. So, very much. Councilmember Carlton.
So I remember 8 years ago, my daughter was in kindergarten, and they had a school camping trip that they do every year. And tiniest little Indian girl got lost for 6.5 hours. I would have been hysterical if it was mine. They found her after midnight. She'd fallen into a ditch, and she couldn't get out. And they found her because the emergency operations people had just got a helmet that was heat-seeking and had gone through with the helicopter and had found her. And so when I saw that, I got very emotional, thinking about, whether that's a criminal you're looking for, whether that's a lost child, whether, this is making things safer for residents, making things safer for staff. And so on the umbrella level of what you're talking about, I think we all understand that this is making things better for the people that live here, as well as the staff, as well as police or staff too, and we get that. And on that level, I 100% think this is fantastic. Devil's in the details. We have to make sure that people's privacy is maintained, and that we use best practices on how we put them forward. As the ACLU, we use them in emergencies. We use them only in certain defined areas. We don't use them willy-nilly. I think all this is obvious, but sometimes you have to write down and talk about and work through the obvious anyway. I think that we should be able to work out the details, but don't take them lightly, because they're things that we have to take very seriously when we talk about privacy and safety, on how they're used on both sides of the fence, if that makes sense. But obviously you've done a lot of work looking into this. I think it's great. If we are able to share them in any form or fashion to make it more cost-effective, more efficient and effective, I would love to give you direction to look into how that might be done as well. But as we're giving direction, I think we really need to look at the true applications that this would be used for, defining those as clearly as possible, defining as clearly as possible how we're going to protect people's privacy, and moving forward on best cases for using them not only effectively but efficiently as well. Thank you for all your work.
Well, thanks. I just wanted to sort of go on record and say that, I could be, certainly I am supportive of moving to the next step, which would be to see some greater details of how this program would specifically be implemented, and some of the costs associated with it. I would say that, like the prior discussion we had about Menlo Parks and its efforts with regards to climate change and the city being a center of innovation, and thereby sort of being the source of why we should be willing to take the lead in that effort. This is another side of technology. I mean, technology provides great value, but there is always this cost-benefit analysis that has to be taken into effect. And so, whereas here we're seeing with this technology there are possibly great benefits, certainly there are costs, and those costs could be in the realm of what issues and what policies we have addressing people's privacy. But again, in this situation, I don't think these are novel scenarios or encounters, and so I feel that there's sort of, they've been clearly addressed by other communities, and so again, like I said, I'd be supportive of moving to the next step. And also on the issue of, I'm less concerned about this idea of sharing, just because if you have a department, the department wants its own resources, its own tools. You guys don't share cars with the fire district, and you don't share uniforms with the fire district. I mean, there's lots of things. I mean, and you can go to like the efficiency of having smaller districts, but once you say that, like, hey, we're a city, we're going to have our own police department, then there are all sorts of things that come with making sure that they have all the tools and resources that would allow them to do their jobs most impactfully and most efficiently. And so again, like I say, I don't have the concerns about the need to to share, and in generally supportive. Again, have general concerns, but generally supportive of seeing what the next phase in this project would look like.
Can you tell me the status of Mountain View's drone program and what exactly it covers, whether it's covering public works, community development, police, presumably the fire? Can you give me a better idea of what they're doing and what stage they're at, please?
But before I do, I do want to reiterate that what Councilmember Combs had said is that next step would be to introduce the policy guidelines that we've pulled already from Lexipol and the subject matter experts that the mayor was talking about. As for where Mountain View is, they're ahead of us in the process, but I don't know exactly where they are right now, and their intent is that it's a city program.
So I can definitely see a good use where it actually saves resources, and it's a safer program for public works and for community development. I am not, and I'm supportive of moving ahead in those two areas. I am not supportive of moving ahead in the police area. I'm concerned about privacy and civil liberties issues. In cases such as the lost child, I certainly think that the fire department would be happy to provide their equipment. Like every department, there's resource constraints. And I hear every day about the traffic in Menlo Park and the lack of traffic enforcement. And I would much rather see the police resources focused on that, which will make a difference to people's lives every single day, rather than spending more time at this point with the police looking into the drone program. I think that we should track what's going on in Mountain View. I don't believe they've started the program yet, from what I've read in the newspapers. And I believe we should track how they're doing and look at this in the future when we have more information for the police. But I think that the resources for policing can be much better used on a daily basis in other parts of the community. I would be supportive, or I am supportive of using it in the public works and community development. It seems like that's a very good use case. And I guess that's it for now. Thank you.
I support Councilmember Nash's statement. I do see the benefit in public works and community development. I have huge concerns when it comes to the police department because of the privacy issues. And also there are some regulations with the FAA that have not been clarified that will be, I believe, sometime in the beginning of next year. But I think there are too many potential consequences by moving forward with a drone program specific for the police department, but I do see the safety concerns around public works and community development. I do share some of the concerns as well as the public comments have been made. And I do believe that the input of the ACLU is important, and that needs to be considered in something like this. We rely on our police department. We rely on being protected and served. One question I did not ask is, what kind of community outreach was done?
We aren't at that point yet. This was just to bring the idea to the City Council, give you a general overview of the program, and then look for the direction to look into the program more.
And did you have any ideas or suggestions that you were potentially going to use for community engagement?
None specifically right now.
Okay. Thank you.
So, for me, the question, it's, I think probably a little bit of a different angle on it, but the question about resource use is actually interesting to me. So it would be interesting to me when it comes back to understand if there are circumstances where it would have made a difference, given what because what I'm trying to figure out is there is a cost associated with running the program, and so resource allocation is important to look at. So when you're trying to measure resource allocation, you look at the past and say, okay, this is how it would have made a difference. Also looking in resource allocation, and I hate to bring it up, but, well, actually I don't hate to bring it up, it's worth bringing up, is by doing this, what's the efficiency effect on all of the different departments in terms of manpower hours? So, because that's on the plus side of resource. So, and then and when you're looking at make a difference, like because we do have traffic issues, very interested. I have been concerned for some time about pursuit circumstances where you have high-speed pursuit, and number one, you have high-speed pursuit, which can be dangerous, but secondarily, when you have situations where you're trying to get resources to a scene and you will have traffic jams. So basically, all of the above, I really am very interested in trying to figure out where this would have made a difference. If you have any concrete examples of that, because that'll give us a better understanding of the resource allocation argument. Any other questions, comments? I think you guys are good to go. Thank you. We're at this time and call our regular meeting to order, so I'm going to introduce everybody real quick. Actually, let's go ahead and should we just take a short 5-minute break, and then we'll start the regular meeting. Okie dokie. So we're going to go ahead and call the regular meeting to order for December 10th, 2019. I'm going to go ahead and do, so all council members are present. I want to introduce everybody to our city attorney, Mr. Bill McClure, down off the dais. To his immediate right, we have our city manager, Ms. Starla Jerome Robinson. To my far left, we have Councilmember Catherine Carlton. To my immediate left, we have Mayor Pro Tem Cecilia Taylor. To my immediate right, we have Councilmember Betsy Nash, and to her right, we have Councilmember Drew Combs. If anyone has any comments they'd like to make this evening, if you could go ahead and fill out a comment card in the back of the room and provide it to our city clerk, Miss Judy. And Judy, I cannot believe I'm blanking on your last name. Heron, thank you. If you could provide it to her, that would be great, so we can go ahead and make sure to call you when your item's called. If everyone could go ahead now and please stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, so we are a body that likes to support people getting their news and understanding what's happening in the world. And so this evening we're going to go ahead and help out our friends in the news who'd like to go ahead and make sure they get their report in time. So we're going to go ahead and call out of order at this time item F6, the first reading and introduction of ordinance 1064 banning the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarette devices. Our Assistant City Attorney, Cara Silva, will make the presentation. Cara Silva. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. So I will be presenting the ordinance banning sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. So we're going to talk about the need for local regulation. We will overview the proposed ordinance and then discuss some additional optional provisions that you may want to consider as well. So in terms of the need for local regulation, in December 2018, the Surgeon General declared the use of e-cigarettes among youth was an epidemic. Between 2017 and 2018, the percentage of high school-age children reporting past 30-day use of e-cigarettes rose by more than 75%. And then use by middle school age children also increased nearly 50%. The significant increase was largely attributable to the new product Juul and other similar types of e-cigarettes. Juul in particular has a very sleek, high-tech design. It's easy to conceal. It looks like a flash drive. It's odorless, so people can smoke it without emitting smoke, and it's not detected in classrooms. It comes in flavors like mango, bubblegum, and mint, and it's heavily marketed on social media. 80% of children who use tobacco have started by using a flavored tobacco product. This graph shows the decline in the use of cigarettes by high school students. So between 2011, in 2011, there was a national usage of 15.8% of high school students, and that dropped down to nearly 5.8% in 2019. So a very significant decrease of use by children. And this is a national statistic. In California, the use by high school students is actually a little bit lower than the national average. But then we see, starting in 2011, when e-cigarettes came on the market, very small percentage, 1.5% were using at that time, and it's grown to 27.5% as of 2019. So it's almost double the high point of use of regular cigarettes. So in terms of the regulatory environment, we talked a little bit about this at the last meeting. The federal government does some regulation of tobacco use, but it does allow for more restrictive local regulation at both the state and local level. The Federal Drug Administration recently announced its intent to ban e-cigarettes and flavored tobacco, but it has not yet taken that action. In terms of the state law, the current laws do prohibit use of tobacco products or sale of tobacco products to anyone under age 21. There was recently this legislative season a more targeted anti-vaping bill that was introduced, but unfortunately that did not pass. in terms of local regulation, our county, San Mateo County, has been a leader in this. In 2018, they adopted a flavored tobacco ban, and then just recently that ban was extended to e-cigarettes in just the unincorporated area of San Mateo County. The County of Santa Clara recently adopted both a flavored tobacco and an e-cigarette ban. Some cities in San Mateo County have adopted flavored tobacco bans. I believe we are the first city, though, in San Mateo County to consider an e-cigarette ban. Palo Alto just last night gave direction to its staff to prepare a flavor cigarette and e-cigarette ban. And then at the last study session on November 5th, this council gave direction to bring back a flavored tobacco and e-cigarette ban based largely on the San Mateo County ordinance. So what we have in front of you as attachment A is the proposed ordinance. There are three major components of the ordinance. The first section bans the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. It utilizes the existing tobacco retailer permit system. Menlo Park has had this system in place for many years, and it's administered by the county. And we currently have 22 tobacco retail permits in the city of Menlo Park. Those permits are reviewed and granted by the county's health department. The ordinance also bans mint and menthol tobacco products, which makes it a little bit more aggressive than some other ordinances. And it also bans hookah products. The other step that the council directed at the last meeting was to ban pharmacies from selling both tobacco products, all tobacco products, including, of course, flavored tobacco, and e-cigarette products as well. The council also directed us to look at our existing smoking provisions. These provisions are largely in public spaces, and to expand the smoking provisions to include vaping as well. And so this ordinance does that. And the third component of the ordinance is enforcement. So the enforcement is only against the retailer. It's not against the customer for the sale portion of the ordinance. And the ordinance anticipates some focused initial outreach that will be done by the county, the tobacco prevention unit of the county, and we already have some community volunteers that will assist going to the 22 retailers that we currently have and informing them about our ordinance. And they actually go through the store and the inventory and they review with the business owner what types of products should be removed from the stores in order to comply with the existing ordinance. The ordinance also includes some additional enforcement by the city manager. So the city manager is given the authority to issue citations for violations. Currently, under our ordinance, it's the civil portion of our ordinance is enforced by the county health department director. So I have been talking to one of the Menlo Park residents, Tricia Barr, who has been extremely helpful on this subject, and some additional issues or provisions that she has brought up to be included for council consideration have been identified, and so we wanted to raise those issues with you. We put at places some proposed language in case you wanted to take up these issues tonight. So I've listed the issues on the slide. One of the issues deals with enforcement. There was a concern that the county health department may not be as actively involved in enforcement, the civil enforcement, as necessary. And so the thought was to give the city manager and the code enforcement officers the ability to not only issue citations, but also to revoke the license, the tobacco retail permit. There was also a suggestion to prohibit free samples and coupons, which could be a way to circumvent our ordinance, and so that was a good suggestion. A similar suggestion was to prohibit out-of-package samples. Sometimes stores will give out a couple of cigarettes, and that's not considered a sale. It's, because they're given free of charge, and so we want to guard against that. And then a prohibition against self-service displays for similar reasons. And then there was a discussion about actually banning smoke shops and hookah lounges. That's something that at this point we don't have any, to my knowledge, within the city. If the council wanted to do that, that really would be something for the Planning Commission to take up because it's more of a zoning code issue. It could, even though we don't have any at this time, we would want something perhaps that prevents the relocation to Menlo Park or of these particular uses. And then there was some discussion about a ban on distribution as well as sale. Because Juul was located in San Francisco, there was a lot of there was concern about the Juul the pods being distributed to other retailers, and so distribution was certainly part of the San Francisco ordinance. I'm not sure if there is a need for distribution in Menlo Park, and we haven't analyzed sort of the consequences of that, but I wanted to raise it as an additional issue for council discussion. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions at this time, or we can move to public comment? Public comment. Okay, our first speaker this evening is Shanice Sterenson. Good evening.
Good evening. Sorry about the delay and all the sneezing. I am here. I'm Shanice Stevenson. I'm a parent at the Menlo Atherton High School. I have 2 teenagers there and one that just recently graduated last year. And I am here apart from that, but also the Bay Area Community Health Advisory Council, which has been working with Tricia and some other folks to really get communities to really consider restricting the sales of flavored tobacco in physical location stores. And I'm here because, one, I wanted to just thank you all for thinking about tobacco-free pharmacies. I think that's really important. But also just protecting the overall health of our youth. The access to vaping is really a concern. I know it won't be an answer to everything, which is why we're doing tobacco education and changing the hearts of young people who want to do this, but also there's this access piece of it. And so I want to talk a little bit about some of the safety concerns that I see as a parent. Just thinking about Menlo Atherton alone, we've been working with both the Black student unions at Menlo Atherton as well as Sequoia, and being a little bit more intensely involved with Menlo Atherton because of my kids, and just knowing that they started like a vaping programs for kids who have been caught on campus vaping with marijuana in it, vaping with THC, and being very creative around some of the, not only just using the equipment, but what's going into the vaping equipment, and just talking to our mental health specialists, and talking about how they want to do more work, because right now they feel like they're putting out fires and not necessarily getting to the prevention piece of it. So anything that we can do around access to those equipment as well as the flavored tobacco itself would be very helpful in helping some of our young people really steer from using that. And we'll continue to do the tobacco education so that we actually change the hearts of kids and get out the information to parents. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Craig A. Wingate.
Good evening. My name is Craig A. Wingate, and I'm with the San Mateo County Tobacco Prevention Program. And I want to thank you for your plans to address the e-cigarette vaping epidemic that is affecting youth and young adults. These unregulated tobacco products, whether they're sold in stores or outside of stores, are killing people. As of December 3rd, 2019, 48 people have died, and 2,291 people across the nation have been hospitalized because of the vaping-related lung injury. Although the exact cause of the vape-related lung injury is still being investigated, the one common denominator is that many of the victims used e-cigarettes to vape nicotine and/or THC. As previously mentioned, 80% of young people who have ever used tobacco started with a flavored tobacco product. This may be one of the reasons why between 2017 and 2018, the e-cigarette use prevalence rate among San Mateo County and San Francisco high schoolers was 20.8%. It should be noted that our prevalence rate is higher than the state rate of 10.9%. Typical arguments in favor of e-cigarettes and other flavored tobacco products that we tend to hear from tobacco companies and retailers are that these products aren't marketed or sold to youth, e-cigarettes are safer than traditional cigarettes, and that they help people quit traditional cigarettes. However, research continues to show that these products, which are not FDA-approved smoking cessation aids, are indeed designed to appeal to youth. And although e-cigarettes have been shown to contain fewer harmful chemicals than traditional cigarettes, they still contain at least 10 cancer-causing chemicals. Thank you for your time, and please feel free to contact us if you have any questions.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Smitha Gandavajala.
Thank you. Good evening again, City Council members. My name is Smitha Gundavajala, and I'm a program coordinator with the Youth Leadership Institute, as well as the chair of the Tobacco Education Coalition of San Mateo County. I wanted to applaud you for your care and consideration for the needs of your community, as it was reflected in the conversations I heard tonight, and in your consideration of the ordinance that you have before you. I also want to uplift the voices of Menlo Park residents, including and especially Shawnee Stevenson and Trisha Barr, who are concerned about the overreach of tobacco and its impact on youth. Flavored tobacco has long been the tobacco industry's strategy to addict generations of young users. Flavors lower the barrier to entry for lifelong tobacco use, and because tobacco companies know this, they refer to youth as replacement smokers. The implications of this term are chilling. Flavored tobacco products, including menthol cigarettes and vapes or e-cigarettes, have also disproportionately been marketed to youth and communities of color. The current epidemic of youth e-cigarette use, as highlighted in the staff report, is only the latest iteration of the tobacco industry's strategy. As we can see, it's frighteningly effective. I would also especially like to thank the council for their inclusion of tobacco-free pharmacies in this ordinance. Reducing access to tobacco in all outlets and avenues is essential to reducing youth use, especially in pharmacies where tobacco products do not belong. I hope that the Menlo Park City Council will pass this ordinance, as it will make a tremendous difference in the lives of your young people and in the health of your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker this evening is Eileen Kim.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Eileen. I'm actually a Palo Alto resident with 2 children, one in middle and elementary schools. I'm also the VP of Health and Wellness at the Parent Teacher Council in Palo Alto District. I hold several degrees, including one in several in pharmacy, as well as a doctorate and a pharmacy degree. And I've worked in the hospital system, both in inpatient units in cardiology, orthopedics, and general medicine. I'm here today to support the banning of the sale of flavored cigarettes and e-cigarette devices as a parent and an individual parent in a neighboring city, as well as a healthcare practitioner. I want to go back to the data. The 2019 National Youth Tobacco Survey says that there's disturbing rates of e-cigarette use in middle and high school students in 2019. There's more than 5 million youth using e-cigarettes in the past 30 days. That's over 10% of middle school students and approximately 30% of high school students. Nearly 1 million students use it every day. Juul, which has most of the market share, has only been around a little over 2 years. You have to imagine what we'll be at 5 or 10 years down the road. Why do we need to regulate this? It's not being done at the federal level, and this is a highly addictive substance. There's no regulation on the labeling or the nicotine content. The nicotine cessation patch has 21 milligrams of nicotine for an adult to use in a 24-hour system. It's for adults who are chain smokers. Now, the Juul product has been found to have approximately, it's equivalent to smoking 41 cigarettes. And the youth are using more than 1 Juul pod a day. And there's no limit on the frequency of how much they're vaping as well. The drug delivery system of vaping is almost instantaneous. It crosses right through the lungs, and the reward effect of this addictive loop mechanism is so immediate. You have number of reinforcements, not only on the chemical addiction, but also on the fact that you have this powerful reward mechanism going on. So we already found out that it's causing not only it has carcinogenic effects, but there's also causing structural lung damage as well, things like what is now known as EVALI, and we do not know what is causing this. There's some correlation to various items, but we still do not know. And we have a population of people who are unaware of people who are vaping next to them. So e-cigarettes do not have the familiar tobacco scent. So you may have a pregnant woman with an unborn child, elderly, somebody who cannot, who has respiratory illnesses, as well as youth, and they're standing next to someone who may be vaping and they're completely unaware. So secondhand smoke is also very insidious with this product. So you really need to, in terms of the public health perspective, nicotine is not only addictive but toxic. Thank you.
Thank you so much. At this time, I would like to call up Tricia Barr.
Thank you. I'm Tricia Barr. I'm a parent in Menlo Park, and thanks for also considering the additional provisions that Cara discussed in her report. 3 of those provisions are actually already in the San Mateo County ordinance, and that's the prohibition against free samples and coupons, the prohibition against the out-of-package samples, and the prohibition against self-service displays. So I wanted to ask you to consider including those as well. There's also, I also wanted you to consider allowing the city manager to make recommendations to the county health to suspend if there's violations and repeated violations of these ordinances. At the county level, my understanding is they're checking for permits, but there's not ongoing compliance monitoring of these chapters. There's also, at the county level, it bans the distribution as well as the sale of flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes. So I wanted you to please consider including that language in our ordinance as well. Since the last study session, there's a number of other local organizations or agencies that have signed resolutions for banning the flavored tobacco and e-cigarettes, and that includes Las Lomitas School District, and Sequoia Union School District has a resolution on its agenda for tomorrow. And as you guys already know from the last study session, Menlo Park City School District signed a resolution asking you to take action on this item as well. Today, in today's San Mateo Mercury News, there was an editorial urging cities to act, all Bay Area cities to act in the same, take action on this same item because of the youth access to these products and the lack of federal action in these areas. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we're going to go ahead and bring it up for questions. Anyone have any questions of staff? Councilmember Carlton.
Hi. I should know this, but I don't because I don't smoke anymore. Besides pharmacies and grocery stores, where else are the cigarettes or e-cigarettes sold in Menlo Park?
Let's see. Is Francesca?
Are they sold in grocery stores?
So they do have them in grocery stores, and they do have them in drugstores because we don't currently have a ban. 7-Eleven.
I support banning them in pharmacies. I was just wondering why we stopped there. Why it wouldn't be pharmacies and grocery stores? Because we have children that hang out in grocery stores quite a bit as well.
So my understanding is that the all tobacco ban is pharmacies, but the flavored tobacco and vaping is everywhere.
Okay. Thank you. And I support the additional provisions. I think those are good, and they seem to address the loopholes that are potential with these. My concern is this. I confess, I started smoking when I was 16, and I started smoking menthol cigarettes, and I smoked for almost 15 years, and it was really difficult to quit smoking, very, very difficult to quit smoking. And so I absolutely support doing this because I don't want another child to have it that easily available to them with the peer pressure to start vaping like I had peer pressure to start smoking when I was 16. And pretty sure that they weren't supposed to sell it to me at 16. They were supposed to sell it to me at 18, but no one really cared back then. So my question is, how are we going to, once we pass this, other than someone complaining that they saw someone being sold something they shouldn't have, how are we going to enforce this? I heard it was going to be the county. I looked here, it says that we're looking at contracting with another agency for routine compliance monitoring. How are we going to make sure that this is actually a law that has teeth in it in Menlo Park?
So the actual sale could certainly be enforced, but what this law does is it takes the products off the market altogether, so hopefully there won't have to be enforcement. And the county, as I mentioned, does have a program where they reach out to the retailers and they educate them about what types of products are permitted, which types of products are not, and they send letters in advance. And really, the work is I understand, and these are relatively new ordinances, but as I understand, the bulk of the work and the enforcement is really at the front end of this process, making sure that the products are taken off the market.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
I was just wondering if we could go back to the slide where you have where you're specifically seeking clarity. I just want to sort of in there. I don't have a comment at the moment. I just want to see them all. Okay.
And there should be some actual language on the dais as well on those provisions.
All right.
And just sort of following up, for these additional provisions, they're not currently included in the ordinance that's drafted in the staff report, correct? And so will adding these in some capacity impact whether this can serve as a first read? No. We're good to go even if we ask for all of this to be incorporated. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to, do you have questions? All right, so I'm going to go ahead and real quick go through some questions here. The ban on distribution, does that mean that, does that mean that Amazon would be banned from delivering it to an adult? Like, I don't know how we enforce that portion. So that's the distribution has me a little.
Yes, I had the same question, and that's one where I haven't proposed language because I do think we have to further analyze that particular issue.
Okay, so I would support going ahead and moving the ban on smoke shops and hookah lounges to the Planning Commission for them to study. On the ban on distribution, I just don't know if that's enforceable at this time. The other four I support on moving in right away. Do we have consensus on the first four?
Yes.
Yeah, and do we have consensus on moving the smoke shops and hookah lounges to the Planning Commission for them to study?
Yes.
Okay. Distribution? Betsy?
I'd like to call up Tricia Barr to comment on the distribution. Please. Thank you.
The ban on distribution is included in the county ordinance, and it's just the ban on the distribution from local retailers. So the sale and distribution. So a local retailer couldn't sell it and have it delivered to somebody.
Okay. I would support that. I would support that a local retailer couldn't deliver it. We could put that in there. Is that everyone agreeing with that? Yep. Okay, so that's.
So just to play devil's advocate, does that cover or would that impact at all if a marijuana distributor wanted to also drop off some Juul or Amazon, or at what point in the code have you addressed the other forms of distribution that might be used?
My understanding is that cannabis dispensaries cannot also sell tobacco products as a California state law. Maybe,
well,
yeah.
And also, we don't have any cannabis distributors in Menlo Park, so they couldn't deliver locally. It wouldn't be a local distributor.
I'm just speaking hypothetically.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councilmember Combs.
My only question would be to the Assistant City Attorney. Do you feel that you can accurately sort of reflect this distribution ban in the sense that for a local retailer, they cannot distribute or sort of ship to or deliver to someone? Is there some precedent or for that? Is that how you read the county ordinance also? And is that something you think you can clearly document in the ordinance that we're proposing?
So I think that under our current definition of sale, that particular scenario is captured already. And we've had this discussion, and I know that there is a specific long definition of distribution in the county ordinance. I think that definition predated the current sale models that we have. It was adopted years ago. I haven't had a chance to talk to the county exactly about that particular provision.
If our definition of sale includes the sale and distribution, then we're fine, right? We're trying just to capture the intent. And the intent is you don't want a local retailer selling it and then distributing it.
To the customer directly, exactly, right. Yes. So, that certainly seems to be included in the definition of sale.
Okay.
My understanding is that distribution in the county ordinance doesn't preclude common carriers like the U.S. Postal Service or FedEx or UPS. So it's really just whatever kind of local way that a retailer would transfer product to an individual.
But why would they transfer it if they hadn't sold it to them? I mean, if we're saying they can't sell it to anyone, then then they wouldn't be able to send it via UPS to them.
They may be delivering it via a local courier.
Yeah, but why would they deliver it to a local courier if the person hadn't bought it from them, right? Like if I'm a business located in Menlo Park, I'm not going to send it to someone for free. They're going to buy it, but they're not allowed to buy it from me. I think that's what the city attorney is getting at, is that if we're banning the sale from a local business in Menlo Park, they can't sell it to anyone, then they're not going to distribute a product for free to anyone. But is that especially if the other samples, if they're not allowed to give free samples or package samples or
San Mateo County, Santa Clara County, San Francisco County all include the prohibiting the sale and distribution of these products.
Okay, I think that what it sounds like we included it in the definition of sale, so that would be, so there's just a question now of whether or not it's redundant to say distribution again, but why don't we add the word distribution in the sale definition, and then we've captured it. So does that work for everybody?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, before you leave, may I?
Sure.
So on the thing that we have here in the handout, it says 5.26.011I, distribution of free samples and coupons. Is that from the county?
It did come from the county of San Mateo. It was in a different section that didn't deal with flavored tobacco in particular, but it is from the county of San Mateo, and I don't have any problem with that particular language.
I like the language up into the point to where it clarifies to any person on any public street, sidewalk, public park, playground. So this limits it to distribution of samples and coupons in public, but it doesn't prevent them from providing free samples and coupons to people's homes. And if we put this forward, I would like to see this done, but I would like it a little stronger, and strike the part that says to any person, public street, whatever, just ban it wherever, whether it's to someone's home or to someone standing in a park.
But I think the provision number 1 in that is just a universal ban, isn't it?
But this is for free samples and coupons rather than sales.
Okay. Or computer, yeah.
So
I don't want them to send free samples to people's homes, which oddly people send me the oddest samples sometimes.
Go ahead.
You could just have that sentence end at to any person, period.
Okay. All right, so I think we have the ordinance cleaned up. I just wanted to make a statement. First, I wanted to thank Tricia and all of you for coming this evening for your work on this. I wanted to thank the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors for their work on this in this area, the local school districts for being responsive and sending those great letters to us in support. And I want to thank our professional staff for their work on this, because we asked them to put this on late in the year and move it forward, and you guys did a tremendous job doing that, so thank you very much. And I think I speak for the council when I say we do not take a ban lightly. It's not, I don't want anyone to get the idea that we take banning something lightly, but a 20% use in the youth in our community in San Mateo County is an epidemic. It's a public health crisis. We have to get this garbage out of our schools, and that's why actions required by this council tonight. That's why I know I support it. I think that's why we all support it. It's to protect the youth in our community from addiction and disease. And that's basically what's happening here when you're looking at numbers like that. So with that, if you guys would like to go ahead and move this to a vote. Someone want to make a motion? I actually want to add one, sorry. I need to add one last thing to this. In the preamble, in November 2019, this year, the AMA policymaking meeting, the American Medical Association policymaking meeting in San Diego, adopted that they were seeking cigarette and vaping device bans. So you can look up that language and get that exact. But I think it's important to note the American Medical Association supports what's happening this evening. We have a motion from Councilmember Carlton. Can I have a second?
My motion is with the amendments as outlined by the mayor on the additional optional ordinance.
Yes, so
with hookahs going to the commission.
Right, so it's to add the 4 bulleted items in the handout to sections 525.010C,
as edited,
26011I, 26011J, and 4.96.330 to the ordinance, adding distribution into the definition of sale, and then that's for the ordinance, the introduction of the ordinance, and then referring the ban on smoke shops, hookah lounges, to the Planning Commission. That's it.
Great. We got a motion from Councilmember Carlton, a second from Councilmember Nash. Let's vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
And thank you to the mayor for bringing this forward so fast as well.
My pleasure. Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and move on now to our next item on the agenda. We have the consent calendar. Now, actually, first we have public comment. So under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under the public comment other than to provide general information. Are there any public comment speakers this evening? Yes. Okay, our first public comment speaker this evening is Jen Willison. It's Adina Levin in place of Jen Willison.
Good evening, council members. Adina Levin, doing my best Jen Willison impersonation and speaking for Jen of Parents for Safe Routes. And what Jen would have said if she didn't need to leave was, on Wednesday, December 4th, the Ravenswood City School District announced which of its schools they're planning to close due to the district's declining enrollment. Willow Oak School is one of those schools. The 297 kids that currently attend Willow Oak School will be bused to Bellhaven Elementary School. While a bus will be provided for the kids during school hours, the city must study how the school closure and consolidation may impact families' abilities to get to Bellhaven. Many of the kids at Willow Oaks Elementary School live in the area near the Four Seasons. Parents will need to attend school events and conferences. Kids may need to get to school during hours not serviced by the bus, and some may choose to walk or bike. Willow Road at both Coleman and Newbridge must be made safer to cross. The city must take proactive action in making sure that kids and families most vulnerable in our community can get to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Smitha Gandavajala.
Good evening. I'm grateful for the opportunity to address you multiple times tonight. Smitha Gundavajala with the Tobacco Education Coalition. The Tobacco Education Coalition has been working with cities throughout the county to understand the impacts of secondhand smoke in multi-unit housing and to learn about smoke-free multi-unit housing policies, as well as to gather resident input on how residents would feel about these policies. Residents in multi-unit housing, including apartments, townhomes, condos, duplexes, and triplexes, are disproportionately impacted by secondhand smoke, which can travel across walls, air vents, through plumbing and electrical outlets, and in density can really impact residents' health. I reached out last month to try to find a time to meet with you individually so that I may share more information about key components of smoke-free multi-unit housing policies and how it has been rolled out and received in other cities. I also would like to share how both San Mateo County's tobacco prevention program and the Tobacco Education Coalition can support you. I would still love to meet with each of you. The Tobacco Education Coalition is a collaboration of county agencies, community-based organizations, and members of communities across the county, and we want to be a resource for you. We also want to hear from you about community groups and spaces where we can reach Menlo Park residents so that we can get their input on smoke-free multi-unit housing policies. We plan to share back this data at a future City Council meeting after our young people have gotten to poll residents about their need for this smoke-free multi-unit housing policy. I will be following up with you all via email tomorrow. I hope to connect with you to start a conversation and to be able to share more information. Thank you again for your commitment to your community's health.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Kate Comfort Har.
Hello, I am Kate Comfort Har, Executive Director of HIP Housing, and I am here tonight to hand deliver our 2020 calendar and to also say thank you to the Council and to the staff of Menlo Park for your longtime support of our affordable housing programs. So I'm joined tonight here by HIP Housing Board Member and Menlo Park resident, Marisota, who's sitting back there and waving. You'll see her again next year. Most people who know HIP Housing know us because of our home sharing program. Our home sharing program matches people who have space in their home to rent with people looking for an affordable place to live and is an incredibly efficient way to use existing housing stock to create an affordable option. Last year, 660 people were housed through our home sharing program in San Mateo County. But when you combine that with our other programs, our self-sufficiency program for families, our property development and management program, we actually provide a housing option, affordable housing option for 1,400 people each year. In addition, we're providing information and housing referral services to another 3,500 people each year. So every year, we're touching the lives of thousands and thousands of San Mateo County residents with our programs. And here in Menlo Park, all 4 of our programs are utilized. We had 13 people participating in our home sharing program here. In terms of our self-sufficiency program for families, we have 4 families that are living in Menlo Park who participate in this program, representing 5 adults and 5 children. We also own 2 deed-restricted affordable housing properties here in Menlo Park that are home to another 30 residents. On top of that, we had over 50 people contacting us for information and referrals regarding housing. So over 100 people in the last year from Menlo Park have been helped by our programs. And there's an opportunity to do more stuff. In our pipeline, we've actually launched a couple of new initiatives, several around ADUs, which I'd be happy to talk with you about at another time. We also now have a compliance program from market rate developers who have an inclusionary requirement for affordable housing, and our compliance program helps them to keep the affordability of those units. So we're thrilled to be a partner of yours and appreciate that support. This calendar is a token of that appreciation, and every year we go out and we ask kindergarten through 5th graders to draw pictures and tell us what home means to them, and then we pick 12, we do the calendar, and we present it as a way to remind you of the importance of housing to children in our community and to the health of our community. So this year, my favorite quote is in April, and if you go to April, I'm just going to read her quote for you. It's a 5th grader. And she says, "Home means safe to me. It's where my family, heart, food, and all the important things in my life reside. Wherever I go, I always have home in my heart. It's like a box where everything special is inside me." So if anybody has any questions about our programs, please go to our website, hiphousing.org, or if you know anybody who has a room that they're willing to share, please send them our way. We'd be happy to help them to do that in a safe and very efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker this evening is Deidre Lampkin.
Hello, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak with you guys this evening. I came probably a couple of months ago, maybe in the summer, on the Belhaven side where I reside, and I was really excited to be present at that city council meeting and wanted to be more involved. Fortunate enough, actually, for Pam, she doesn't know me, but I follow her on the Nextdoor app, and I saw that there was a city council meeting this evening, and so I dropped my baby off and rushed over here. So nothing on the agenda, but I'm a single mom who's raising a 7-year-old beautiful baby boy in the Belhaven community. And, it's been really tough trying to find a school home for him, trying to get him involved in different extracurricular activities here in the community. And one that I mentioned before was him being able to just play baseball, which he's prohibited from being able to do on this side of Menlo Park because there is strategic redlining for the children on the Belhaven side of Menlo Park to be able to play here on this side of Menlo Park just to play baseball. So I just want to bring it up again. I don't know really where to start. I've reached out to the organization and haven't really received much feedback, but I'd figure I just continue to bring it up here and maybe I can get connected with someone who would be able to help out with that. And then just continue to advocate for my son, who is a Black young boy that will soon be a Black young man, and the importance of education and how it is very much so disproportionate on the Belhaven side as opposed to this side. I just want my son to have an equal opportunity to be able to have the same education as his counterparts and to have a shot at life, really. So we are looking at private schools, but I would love for him to be able to go to a school where it's not underperforming and he's able to get a fair shot. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
May I have a follow-up question to the mayor?
Sure.
I remember someone asking that before, and I remember you were able to answer about the dividing lines for baseball. Who makes that decision?
They're made at the Little League regional level. But in the past, what has happened, so Mr. Robinson has given you her card. I think she'll be able to speak with you about the issue. What has happened in the past was that there were, the league has taken kids outside of the boundaries and worked on that. So there has been, that has occurred. There also is a team in East, I know there is a team in East Palo Alto because they played my son and kicked my son's team's rear end pretty good in the game. So, but regardless, we'll work through the city manager's office to go ahead and get you the information and contact that you need to get. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on now to our consent calendar. Does anyone have any items they'd like to pull from the consent calendar?
I'd like to pull E4.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled?
I'd like to pull E1, E2, and yes, E4. Thank you.
All right, any other items to pull? All right, so can I have a motion for E3, E5, and E6?
Sorry, Mayor. I think we also need to pull E5, if I'm getting all the numbering correct. Is that the TIF ordinance?
That is. So
okay, yes.
We'll
so
pull,
staff would like to pull that one.
All right. Can I have a motion for E3 and E6? Motion by Councilmember Nash. Second by Councilmember Cones. Go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, so we'll start with item E1. Councilmember Nash.
I would like to see if it's possible to amend the minutes for November 12th, 2019, number E2. And this is what I would like is for the minutes to reflect that the remaining, this is about the mobile command vehicle. And I would like the minutes to reflect the discussion that was held at the dais and also in the staff report were these exact words. The remaining $319,000 will be borrowed from the CIP fund and will be paid by SLESF grant funding in fiscal year 19 to 20, 20 to 21, and 21 to 22.
Okay, I'll second that. Any other? Let's go ahead and vote.
Wait, hold on. There's some additional things in front of us. I assume that the motion...
It is not in there.
It includes that. No. I'm saying that the motion includes the
I'm
addition.
sorry. Yes, definitely.
Okay, great.
And actually, I have one other piece of that. So the minutes, the rest of the minutes are fine. But I wanted to ask City Manager Jerome Robinson whether we can confirm that the Measure A Police Fund will allow us to reimburse the general fund for when the money comes available. Thank you.
That's our understanding. It's really that the general fund is loaning the special revenue fund money, and as the grant funds come in, then it will reimburse the general fund.
I understand. I just want to make sure that that will be allowed under, because it sounded like there were strict guidelines as to what the money could be used for. So I want to make sure if we provide the money up front, that it will be allowed to be reimbursed.
That's our understanding.
Thank you.
All right. So with that amendment to the minutes, well, the motion is to make that amendment to the minutes and then pass all the minutes. We have. So I'm going to make the motion once I can make the motion. Actually, Councilmember Nash has made the motion. I've seconded it. So once we can get it up for a vote, actually we'll just vote by hand. All those in favor? Aye. Passes unanimously. So we'll go ahead and move on to item E2. Councilmember Nash.
On item E2, I would like to have the council instruct staff to study no right turn on red at Ravenswood, going on El Camino Real at Ravenswood. This is just a study that we're requesting from staff, and also that staff studies a pedestrian phase for the intersection. And otherwise, I'd like to move to approve it.
But how does that relate to the Guild project, though?
The project is for crossing improvements. So this is to study the traffic involved. It's part of what we're approving. And so essentially it's studying two possible safety features.
Well, could we come back with, can we take direction to come back with an estimate about the cost of that study and propose that to the council?
Certainly.
All right. So we'll pass this tonight, and then you'll come back with additional things to be considered in the study.
Right. Let us scope the size of the project and the staffing impacts and the cost potentially.
All right. The only thing that I was unclear to me is this going to slow down the Guild project?
The improvement that's being suggested by council member...
No,
Nash?
just E2 in general.
No, I don't think so.
It won't slow it down at all.
No, they are aware of it.
I know they're aware of it, but
there's two components to the E2. Okay. One is just the disclosure about the traffic control plan and the disruption that the community will experience over the next 18 months. Secondarily is the funding agreement to actually accelerate the crossing improvements, and the Guild is supportive of that, and there's nothing that would slow down the project. There's nothing that kind of ties that. So this is a kind of a win-win that we were able to come up with on the crossings.
Great. Then let's go ahead and...
Mayor Mueller, we do have a public comment on this item. My apologies.
Sorry. Ms. Levin.
Thank you very much. Adina Levin, Menlo Park resident, speaking for myself, and I want to thank Councilmember Nash for bringing this up regarding the pedestrian improvements on El Camino Real that are being timed to dovetail with the Guild Theater construction, which seems like a really good idea from staff to minimize overall disruption to the community, and moving forward the project of those pedestrian crossing safety improvements that have been on the books for many years that can now be moving forward. So the thoughts about how this the pedestrian safety might be improved. First of all, as a Complete Streets vice chair, me and the chair meet with staff, and they tell us about what items are coming before us and then what items are coming before council. And we saw that and asked staff about a couple of potential additional safety improvements, and might they be able to be explored in the context of this item without slowing it down. And our understanding is staff said that these were reasonable requests at that time, which you can certainly confirm with staff. So the two additional improvements are, so that the intersection between El Camino and going from El Camino as drivers go toward the railroad tracks and Bellhaven and the freeway, is drivers are often extremely inattentive, and even when pedestrians are crossing at the light and pedestrians have the light, drivers do not notice the pedestrians, and I've had near misses there multiple times. And this problem is going to get worse when there's a crosswalk there and pedestrians are crossing at the light and a driver thinks, well, they have right on red, but then aren't looking. And right now, when pedestrians turn and when drivers turn and there's a pedestrian there, the driver is supposed to be looking and they don't. And so similarly, that is more of a risk when they're inattentive drivers. So having a no right on red would, be able to do more to reduce the likelihood of inattentive drivers. And then, and that's going to get worse when there's that extra crosswalk. And the other issue is the current issue where pedestrians are going from Staples direction toward Cafe Baroni, and drivers are whipping around the curve, not looking. Even the pedestrian has a right of way in the light, and so that's the opportunity to explore a pedestrian interval using the signals that are already there. So if those are able to be done, and there's a design phase, so if those can be looked at a design phase and they are reasonable in terms of all the different considerations, those could help improve safety. So thank you for encouraging that to be explored. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
As long as we're throwing these out, I don't even know how many times I've been coming across the intersection, and there's one place where cars turn left as you're going towards downtown away from here. And as people want to turn into that driveway and these cars are lined up, they stop. And you don't know they're going to stop until you're in the middle of the intersection, sometimes because it's literally right there. It would be great to paint a keep clear so that people could actually turn into the driveway and not cause traffic problems. Again, something to look into as to whether or not it's appropriate or not. I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm just throwing it out there as to something else to consider, because it's caused issues before.
And I tracked most of that. I just did not miss which driveway you're talking about.
I'll follow up with you.
Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Great. So we're set to go with the motion to approve. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. Is it possible to do a time delay so that the pedestrians are free from cars and there's a green for them to cross?
Let's see. So we definitely do have time delays at some intersections. Again, this is going to be Caltrans controlled, okay. So we can take that under advisement and pursue something like that. That one's relatively straightforward request. Yeah.
That's part of the request that I was making, and is the pedestrian phase. Okay. Thank you.
All right. So
can I just throw one thing up? So the poor people that have the businesses right there. I remember the family that had the sushi restaurant coming to speak. I actually went and bought a Christmas present from the clock store, and we're going to make an effort to eat at the sushi store to make sure that they stay busy. For us and for everyone, support your local businesses. Because they're going to need our support, because it's going to be hard on them.
All right. So we got a motion to accept from Councilmember Nash. We have a second from Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. I just want to throw in, it's not part of the motion, but just reiterate, don't want to slow down this project. So let's go ahead and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Can I ask one question, and that's how will this be reflected in the minutes, or how does this, how will this be taken forward?
Sorry, you've got three different people looking. Are you asking as it relates to the minutes?
No,
or
well, I'm
next
just,
steps?
basically, I'm wondering, how do we make sure that this request doesn't get lost in the...
I mean, the additional requests that were
Thank you.
not part of the motion is pretty much how I would frame it. Yeah, so the city manager talked about the first part, that we would report back on the various items. So that's something that we would flag for in the new year. So then are you then asking that be reflected in the minutes that the city clerk would be preparing?
Is that possible?
I think that's up to the city council. Would you like those comments reflected in the minutes?
On the various items that staff would be following up on?
Right.
Sure, it's fine.
I think it would be worthwhile. Thank you.
Okay.
You can
Only it just seems like it's something that would be advantageous for everyone, not that there's an issue.
So my recommendation is next week, after the 17th, meet with the new mayor, figure out where you want it on the agenda with the city manager. Okay, so let's move on. Did you have something you wanted? No? Okay. I should say new mayor and vice mayor. So let's move on to item E4, approve the formation of the Youth Advisory Commission to advise staff and Parks and Recreation Commission. Councilmember Carlton.
I think it's great. I just had one addition on page 76 for a selection for the criteria. It says reasonable effort should be made to ensure that a diverse YAC is representative of all the various high schools that serve Menlo Park and from all the districts in Menlo Park, because as the previous, I think her name was Deidre, commented, a lot of kids go to private schools in other cities, and we want to make sure that there's representative students from across all of Menlo Park. So just adding that in as a consideration for the selection. That's it.
Great. Mr. Mayor, just responding to Councilmember Carlton's question, we actually originally had an item in selection where we were going to specify a certain number of spaces for schools. However, teens in general, I mean, we're going to be very fortunate to get a body of teens together with their busy schedules. So trying to make sure that we don't exclude anybody, make sure that we put it out there, but definitely make an effort to make sure that it's diverse, that it reflects all of the teens
I just want to make sure that we put in there in writing, because things get lost if not.
We can do that.
That it's geographic as well as from the different high schools.
Absolutely. We can do that.
Everybody should be included. Thank you.
No problem.
Councilmember Combs.
Yeah, I would only ask, and it could have been in the staff report, and I missed it, that the commission chair be required to make an annual report to City Council. Is that in there?
It was not in there, but
okay, yeah. Because I know that they're sort of under the Parks and Rec Commission, but it would be nice if we, if they were required as part of this commission to make a report, some sort of regular report. I'll leave it to you to determine how regular to City Council.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Councilmember Nash.
So that was, thank you, that was actually, no, it's great. Was a report, review after a year in a report. Also, could we include diverse grade levels? I'm sure that's the intention, but actually to say that we would like to see diverse grade levels.
Keeping in mind that we are focusing on 9th to 12th grade, so any
exactly.
That, okay.
So precisely. So diverse grade levels within 9th through 12th. And then under subcommittees, it says subcommittees shall be formed as the Youth Advisory Committee deems needed. I would like to see, and staff approves in there, just so that there's a staff approval of the subcommittees.
Sure. Yeah, we can definitely do that too.
And then, okay, I just wanted to confirm, because they will be part of the Parks and Rec, they could, the members could still be active, for example, on the climate change. Or is their focus truly limited to Parks and Rec?
The way we have the way we have it set up, it is very informal. It's primarily a staff. It's advising the Community Services Department and the Parks and Rec staff with Parks and Rec Commission, since that's the body. However, at any time, any commission or group can ask for advice or for direction from the youth body for their opinion on any topic. So we could definitely bring those items.
Conversely, can they provide that if that's an issue that they want to provide, so it can go both bidirectional?
Correct.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, I got a big one on selection. The mayor, city council members, and City of Menlo Park commissioners are prohibited from lobbying on the selection process. So, prohibited, like we cannot get involved.
We'll make sure we include it.
Thank you. All right. Any other things to add? Nope. Can we have a motion? Second. Motion, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. Second, Councilmember Carlton. Let's go and vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you very much, guys. Really excited about it. It's going to be awesome. All right. Let's go ahead then and TIF E5. Thank you. Waive the second reading and adopt ordinance number 1061 amending, well, we know what it is. Thank you.
Yes. Good evening, Mayor Mueller and members of the council. Christiane Choi, Acting Transportation Manager. The reason we pulled the item tonight was just because when you heard this at your November 19th meeting, you had directed us to not grandfather projects into the new rates. And so the ordinance, we made some changes to the language to kind of reflect that direction. We've highlighted those changes. It's on the dais before you, as well as we posted it on the website, as well as placed it at the back in the binders. So we've added that change. That was into section 13.2660. And then the other paper that you have before you was on the rate changes, the adjustments. We had inadvertently left off the item about waiving the affordable housing fees for those units that are above the city's mandated requirements. And so that's identified on the other page as well.
Councilmember Nash.
Will there ever be a situation, thank you for making the changes, by the way, will there ever be a situation where a single-family house triggers BMR units?
It would probably be multiple single-family homes. So that would be the situation.
So we should leave it in like this?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're good for a motion? Motion time? Who's going to make a motion?
I'm happy to make a motion.
All right, Councilmember Nash made, Councilmember Combs beat her. Councilmember Combs made the motion. Councilmember Carlton seconded it. Let's vote. Yeah.
Councilmember Nash, can I have your vote via voice call?
Yes.
All right, I think we just finished. Awesome. I think we just finished the consent calendar. And we are now going to move to item F1 on regular business, adopt resolution number 6534, approving the City Council Community Funding Subcommittee recommendations regarding the 2019-20 community funding allocation. There's no presentation, but Administrative Services Director Lincoln Diaz is available for questions. Are there any public comment cards on this item? Nope. Anyone have any questions, comments? Councilmember Nash.
In the future, I would like the city to consider providing financial assistance for the Menlo Park Water District customers that need help, perhaps through Samaritan House.
Councilmember Carlton.
Oh, go ahead. I'll let you.
I was just going to confirm I've captured that.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think that's a great idea, but that would be in a different bucket. This is for giving to third-party nonprofits.
I've spoken with the city manager who said that we might be able to do this.
Okay, because having done this for 7 years, there's a form that you fill out, and you have to be like a 501c3 and all this, so it would have to set up a separate 501c3 in order to work.
I think that we could, if needed, modify the policy to allow it. But I think more directly, we could just create an appropriation for this very purpose.
So either way, there's two ways to skin a cat.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Mr. Robinson, so would we need to do, we wouldn't need to make a policy change now. That's just something in the future that can be done if we see a service we want to provide.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I'm not suggesting making it tonight. I'm not suggesting making it tonight.
I actually have a question. Having sat on the committee, is it possible to have the information maybe 3 days before we meet? That's my only request.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. Let's make a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor's made the motion. Councilmember Combs seconded it. Yeah. All right. We voted. We'll count you both. It was seconded by Betsy and Drew. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, you need to vote. That's right.
Motion passes unanimously.
Great. We have already moved past item F. Oh, no, we're on item F3. Motion F2, sorry. Adopt resolution number 6535 endorsing the declaration of a climate emergency that demands accelerated actions on the climate crisis and requests regional collaboration to address climate change. Sustainability Manager Rebecca Lucky will make the presentation. Do you guys need the presentation? Anyone need the presentation? Any comment cards on this item?
No, sir.
Anyone have any questions or comments on the resolution? Okay. Councilmember Nash.
I just wonder if we were to change priorities at our 2020 goal setting, does it make any difference that we have the adoption of the Community Zero Waste Plan specifically called out here?
No. Again, you're going to establish your priorities. This is an adoption of a resolution, which doesn't necessarily put it on your priority list unless you put it there.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. My question is, if it's not on our priority list and we're passing a resolution, will there be action behind the resolution?
No. The answer would be no, because if you have established other priorities and there's no staff or bandwidth or budget to do it, then it can't be done.
One last question. If we're following the county's climate emergency, is there funding through the county to implement some of the resolution that we are potentially passing this evening?
I'm not aware of any funding through the county, but there's definitely leveraging partnerships or programs together as we move forward.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, when I'm looking at what we're resolving to do, I mean, we're doing all those things. I think we're okay. So, anyone want to make a motion? Mayor Pro Tem Taylor. It's all right. We got a motion from Councilmember Nash and a second by Councilmember Combs. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
I just have a quick question just on language on number 3. Understand health, socioeconomic, and racial equity considerations. So I'm wondering, is there the potential, we don't have to do it this evening, to maybe change the language a little bit there? Because consideration means we either may or may not.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Now that you bring it up,
do you want to do it?
I actually wanted to add age to that because it lists at the bottom of that young and the elderly, and yet at the beginning it says understand health, socioeconomic, and racial equality, and it drops age. So for clarity, I thought that would just be a point of clarity to add age. Understand health, age, socioeconomic, and racial equality should be included.
Okay, we have 2 friendly amendments. They're both accepted by the maker and the seconder. So let's go ahead and make a motion. Vote. And it passes unanimously.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Moving on now to motion and second to receive the comprehensive annual financial report for the fiscal year ended June. Wait a second. Do you guys want to, let's do that one last. Oh, Ron, you're here for that. We'll do that one right now. Let's do the motion and second to receive the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Receive the comprehensive annual financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2019. Finance and Budget Manager Dan Jacobson will make the presentation. Oh, Ron, Dan's going to make the presentation and I'll call you.
Then I'll.
Yep.
Good evening again, Administrative Services Director Lincoln Diaz. I'm going to join our Finance and Budget Manager Dan Jacob tonight just to make some introductory comments before he provides a high-level overview of the report. So each year staff is required to prepare and to transmit this report to you, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as the CAFR. The format and the content of the CAFR is substantially dictated by federal regulations. However, we were able to incorporate some of the feedback provided by the Finance and Audit Committee after they reviewed last year's report and provided those comments to us. We do aim to provide this document to the City Council each December to maintain its relevance as it is a look back at the prior fiscal year ending June 30th. It is a tight timeline with finance staff working to close out the year, all of the transactions that happened during the year, which are accepted through the end of August. We then try to close out the year and then work with our independent auditors to prepare all of the contents of this very intensive report. The independent auditors, I wanted to mention, are also available to make a more detailed report to you, and we can invite them back at a later meeting if you'd like. 2018-19 was a productive year. We began and have since completed refunding of previously issued bonds that will save Menlo Park taxpayers $2.5 million. The success of that bond sale can be attributed to the city receiving the highest possible credit rating of AAA from both Moody's and Fitch Ratings. And that was really achieved from the information contained in this report that speaks to the fiscal health of the city, and that's upon the framework of the policies that you adopt that guide our principles and our practices. So finance staff has also begun the process of transitioning our budget to OpenGov. OpenGov is a software program that will provide a more visual and plain language budget document while offering greater transparency and interaction with the city's financial information. And then for the current year, for 1920, City Council has adopted a balanced budget that is on track to once again meet its obligations. And more information on this year's budget will be provided to you at a City Council meeting in February when we provide the mid-year report. And then looking ahead to next year, as it is almost that time again to start preparing for the 2020-21 budget process, I wanted to let you know that a new community workshop will be offered for anyone wanting to learn more about how the budget and the capital improvement plan is put together. This workshop addresses the Finance and Audit Committee's desire to help those in the community who want to be part of those conversations around the budget and the capital projects process and would benefit from a better understanding of what goes into compiling the budget, how decisions are made, and the opportunities the public has to provide input to you as the City Council as the 2020-2021 budget is put together. So the workshop is scheduled for January 9th at 5:30 p.m. It's here in Council Chambers, and just wanted to make sure that everyone knows they're all invited to attend. I'd like to now turn it over to Dan for the 2018-19 financial report overview.
Great, thank you, and good evening, Council. Understanding that it's fairly difficult to compile this 200-plus page document into a few slides, we do have a fairly brief agenda. We'll cover net position and the city's fiscal health, some general fund highlights, staffing and pensions, and then be available for questions at the end. The first topic is the net position of the city. This is an overall fiscal indicator of the city's health. The major takeaway here is that the city has once again met its obligations and the net position has grown this year. The government-wide net position uses the full accrual method of accounting, so this is very similar to what private companies would use and is comparable in that sense. And again, this net position is inclusive of all items of the city, such as unfunded pension liability. So the general fund is the city's largest and most active fund, so I did want to do a couple highlights of the general fund. The revenues, including transfers in, were $70.73 million in the fiscal year ended June 30, 2019. Expenditures, including transfers out, were $65.39 million. Included in that expenditures was a larger than usual transfer for capital projects. So typically the city transfers about $3 million. In this last fiscal year, the city transferred over $8 million from the general fund to capital projects, so a substantial investment in capital improvement. That does result in a $5.34 million surplus in the general fund. Some items of note: the City Council has a reserve policy which commits funds to a number of purposes. These include economic stabilization, emergency contingency, and strategic pension reserves. So those balances are shown on the screen. Given that this is as of June 30, 2019, it was prior to the City Council's adoption of the 1920 budget, which includes an accelerated pension payment schedule. So that will draw down the strategic pension reserve of $1.78 million over the course of the current fiscal year. This results in an unassigned fund balance in the general fund of $6.41 million as of June 30th again, and given that there were subsequent events, this does not yet take into account the $3.63 million for 1283 Willow Road. And the council has been very cognizant of this in the past, but just want to point out that the unassigned fund balance is one-time money. So staffing and pensions are some of those things that are regularly considered important by the council and community, so I wanted to highlight just a couple things here. This CAFR includes 287.25 full-time equivalent positions. This was an increase of 9.25 from the prior year, that is 17-18. Six of those safety positions are funded through a development agreement. And these were, just as a note on timing, these were authorized as part of the fiscal year 2018-19 budget, and that adoption happened in June of 2018. So even though you're hearing about it now in December of 2019, this was an action that was actually taken in June of 2018. In terms of the pension plan funding history, this is something that is included in the CAFR, so I just pulled those numbers out. You can see that that none of the plans are fully funded and that there's a substantial drop in the 2017 year. This was a result of assumption changes made by CalPERS. However, you can see since then that the numbers have started to move up. This is an indicator that while the plans are not fully funded, there is a plan to fund them. And then the last note on there, other post-employment benefits based on a transfer that the city made, or a commitment that the city made a number of years ago. Other post-employment benefits are fully funded and then some, and we are looking into how to best use that money, understanding that they are fully covered. So just a brief touch on the audit report and the findings. The auditor did issue an unmodified opinion. This is the optimal opinion. There were no qualifications there. They also issue a report on internal controls. This is included as one of the attachments for the staff report. There were no material weaknesses found, but there was one significant deficiency related to bookkeeping documentation. So we do have a plan to develop reference documents and standard operating procedures to guide city staff to correct that deficiency. In the prior year, there was also one significant deficiency, that the year-end close process was not effective. That was addressed, and the year-end close process was effective this year. So again, 200-page document, difficult to compile into just a few slides. We are available, of course, for questions, but do want to highlight a couple takeaways. Revenues exceeded expenditures. The city did meet its obligation and ended the year with a surplus. The city made a substantial transfer to capital above and beyond the normal investments that have been made in the past. And that fiscal year 2019-20 does include an accelerated pension payment schedule. So that will show up in next year's CAFR, and we'll report on that further in operating reports that we transmit to you throughout the year. Just as a minor note of thanks, this is a substantial undertaking each year, and we would like to thank the staff citywide who helped to develop this. And in addition, the Finance and Audit Committee did provide valuable feedback to us that we incorporated in. Where accounting guidelines permitted, we added some highlights to the management's discussion and analysis to really highlight some of the important points right up front, and strove to use plain language where available throughout the document. And again, just to reiterate what Lenka said before, on a final note, while this does focus on the prior fiscal year that ended, we are starting to begin the budget process for next fiscal year, 2020-21, and that we invite members of the community to the informational workshop. It will be held here. We hope to answer any questions that members of the community have in order to better understand the budget process and how to engage with that. And thank you, and we'll take questions if you have them.
Does anyone have any questions before we move to public comment? Nope. You're on, Ron. Good evening.
Good evening. Honorable council members, I'm speaking as a resident and not as a member of the Finance and Audit Committee. But I'm speaking in support of Bramlett's and Tronson's emails to you regarding FAC's non-review of CAFRA and their related recommendations. This is the second consecutive year that CAFRA might be approved before review by FAC. Timing and other issues preventing FAC from completing their review were addressed in Bramlett's and Tronson's email. I recommend that you postpone approval of CAFRA until the auditors have made a presentation to FAC, have answered FAC's questions, giving FAC the opportunity to present their findings to you for your review and consideration.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Okay. All right. Let's bring it back up here. I do have a question about, so what happens if we wait then? Is there any prejudice if we wait for the Finance and Audit Committee to hear from the auditors?
I would say the main issue is relevance, and there is an award that the Government Finance Officers Association does require the CAFR to be published within 6 months of the end of the fiscal year to receive the award. That's really to comport with best practices in government finance. It's not a requirement. The City Council could decide to wait and delay it. That is really a policy decision that's up to you, but I would say the longer that it's waited, it becomes less relevant.
When's the 6 months up to get the award?
The end of December.
And we're just trying to get an award?
It's not just getting the award, it's reaching the professional standards that entitles you to the award.
All right, fair enough. So I have a question. Is it possible that the last meeting, candidly, somehow got scheduled at 3 o'clock in the day, which makes it very difficult for the two of us on there to get there if something comes up at work, especially near year end. So that's what happened to us. I don't know what happened to the rest of the folks in order to reach quorum, but we just can't have meetings at 3 o'clock for that committee. So is there a way that we can have a meeting between now and the end of the year that we could get this done? Because I am sensitive to the fact that this would be the second year in a row. We have commissioners who care deeply about their service to the city, and it feels to me like we should try to make this happen. So is there a way we can make this happen? I guess the question would be, is there a way we can make this happen before December 17th, because that's our last?
Yeah, and we have transmitted the document to you. That's really what we need to do. You do not have to take action on the document in order for us to complete our part.
Oh, good.
And so we can request the auditor to return to a committee if we can find a date that we can have a quorum and confirm the date and time with the members, because the auditors did come out and actually did end up sharing some general information and answering questions to the committee members that were present informally.
So I want to make sure I understand it. So because it's been submitted to us before the end of December, we're good on the award and the professional standards. Yes. All right. So let's set up the meeting then. Let's get a finance and audit committee. I personally want to have the finance and audit committee before we approve it, because I just think it's one of those things that it's important, and it's important to have the trust of the community that we actually have a process that we're abiding by.
Understood. I think, though, what Ms. Diaz is trying to say is that this is submitted to you based on the auditor's report. So we're not asking you to approve it. It is complete. I understand, though, that the Finance and Audit Committee's input is very important, and we'll certainly set up a subsequent meeting to have them provide their input to the council.
So the question is whether or not we've accepted it. Is that what we're being asked to do? I mean, the thing says accept. So there's an action required of us.
Well, it's acceptance of the auditor's report to the city council. That's what you're accepting.
Yeah, so actually it's receive.
Okay.
So you're acknowledging receipt of the CAFR.
So okay.
You're not approving it. You're not accepting it that it's accurate. You're not taking any action on it other than you're acknowledging receipt of the report.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to pass to Councilmember Carlton, but I do have some questions about the CAFR I want to go over. Councilmember Carlton.
Okay, so just let's say we've received it. Whether we say we have or not, we've obviously received it. We've seen the report. We've asked our questions. It goes to the Finance and Audit Committee. It is what it is, but with comments that they might have, could they come back and present those to us if they have, significant concerns or comments or things like that? Is there anything preventing them from doing that?
The Finance and Audit Committee can definitely make comments about the document itself. The document, people will disagree about the facts, but the document is a factual document.
No, I understand.
I get it. I
get it. I just wanted to make sure that they had the ability to come back if they had comments afterwards.
I see you, and I appreciate your clarification, Councilmember Carlton. So the question is whether or not we have another hearing in front of us after the Finance and Audit Committee has heard it to discuss the CAFR, so that they have weighed in their comments at a time that we actually can discuss it. That's the issue. The issue is, sure, we're going to receive it tonight, but I think what's happening here is the Finance and Audit Committee is saying, hey, we haven't had the chance to provide our input on what that means at the time you're receiving this. We still want to be able to do that. Is that right? Yeah. Well, because there's no action for us to take tonight. We've received it, but you're still, if you come.
I don't know what that procedure is.
Right.
But our responsibility.
Can you come to the microphone?
Is to review that audit report and ask questions.
Okay.
And we have made suggestions, not that anything's inaccurate, I don't know, but things sometimes aren't clear.
All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we go ahead tonight, and we're going to go acknowledge receipt, but what we'll say is, can the council be in agreement that the CAFR can come back to us early next year with if there are clarification questions from the Finance and Audit Committee so that we understand what those are? You can answer questions on that. Is everybody in agreement on that? So that will be the way that we can go ahead and sort of cure that issue to make sure that there's comment on it. Because we can't pretend we haven't received it. We've received it. And there's nothing, even if there were questions for clarification tonight, still the only action is to receive it. We can't.
Correct.
We wouldn't be able to ask them to amend it. It's the report from the auditor.
Correct.
Okay, so can you come to the mic, Ron?
our role is to review the report
Right.
and try and make it as transparent as possible. Last year, we did not review the report before you got it. So when we interviewed the auditors, we said, because you selected new auditors this year, every one of them, I was on the interview committee, I said, we had some concerns last year that things weren't as transparent as we thought they should be. Mm-hmm. And what we would like is for you to make a presentation to us on a preliminary report so we could look at it and make suggestions before you put the final report together. They all agreed that they could do that, even though it would take 2 meetings with the Finance and Audit Committee. We got the report to look at and discuss at the meeting that was, in essence, canceled. So the report you get is based on the comments we had last year and would not implement any comments that we might make this year because the report's already issued.
Right.
So the real point of this is if the Finance and Audit Committee's job is to review that and make comments before you get it, that hasn't happened. And I'm not laying blame on anybody.
Yeah, I acknowledge
I'm just
that.
saying that's what we need to do.
Right.
And I did have a bunch of questions that for the auditors to answer. And the meeting, there were 3 of us, so we were having a subcommittee meeting. Then the member who was going to be late came, and then we had 4, so we had a Brown Act violation. So I said, okay, I'll leave. Then you can have a subcommittee meeting. And I did give the questions to Dan, and he answered them for me. He gave, but we never had a chance for everybody to discuss them and talk about it.
All right, but you did get your questions asked and answered before we got this.
Yeah, but the questions were answered. But if the other committee members would have been there, and if I had been there at the meeting, we may have suggested changes in the report, in the verbiage of the report.
So next year, what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to set that meeting in advance enough that we can, that this can't happen. And then it has to be set in the evening. I mean, we said earlier this year, every Finance and Audit Committee would be in the evening, so this wouldn't happen.
Yeah.
They just have to be in the evening.
And we should get, next year, we should get the report without any numbers in it, but just all the explanations so we can go through, does this make sense? Do we understand?
Yeah. It's unfortunate, but there's been a lot of good progress on the Finance and Audit Committee, and the council doesn't know about it yet, but I'm really looking forward to when we share the new tool around budgeting.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be fantastic.
Yeah,
so,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. You have a motion then to accept.
Or to receive.
A motion to receive. So we have a motion from Councilmember Carlton. We have a second from Councilmember Cones. Go and vote.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you. You have a great evening, Ron. Update and appoint or reappoint council members to various city council ad hoc subcommittees. Oh, wait, I forgot to ask. Can we go back to the CAFR question real quick? Because I forgot to ask my questions about the CAFR. So I have a question about we got this email about that there's been 8 new hires this year. Can you provide some information on that? Because my understanding in talking to the city manager was we cut a half position this year in the budget process. So
It's strictly a timing issue. So the CAFR is as of June 30th of 2019. So that was immediately before the current fiscal year started. So the current fiscal year 2019-20 is in fact when a half FTE was removed from the budget. So this is the result of the fiscal year that was approved in June of 2018. And at that time, 9 1/4 employees were added for that fiscal year, and then 1/2 was removed in the fiscal year that we're currently in.
Okay, and that goes back to the discussion in June of 2018 that there was all of this work backing up in Public Works. Is that? I mean, I have to go back and look what happened in June 2018. But
6 of the positions were funded by the development agreement.
That's what.
So 6 of the 9.6, and that was in the presentation, right? And then the others related to the staffing issue.
So they were in a number of departments, yes, but including, for instance, library had a staffing change.
Yeah, it was in there. Sorry, I'm trying to clarify it all in because I need to go explain this to people now. So what would be really helpful is after the meeting, if you could send me that presentation again, so I had it to sit down. But this year, fiscal year, we added no one. We actually cut a half person. That's what we're seeing.
Correct. The net result this current fiscal year was the removal of one FTE red light photo enforcement specialist and addition of one half provisional engineer.
Now the question is going to be asked, what happens to the 6 who were added by the development agreement after the development agreement is over? Is that, yes?
Go ahead.
The city takes on the costs of those public safety employees at the end of the development agreement.
Oh, that's right. This is the six police officers, and we said that related to, but the CAFR said that they were added in public works, not the police department. It was public works in the. If you look at the bottom, I'm pretty sure it says public works. Is this it here? Yeah, and I can't read that to save my life. Oh no, 3 in public. Where is it?
We'll come back with a reconciliation for you.
I appreciate it. Yeah, we don't have to do it now, but if we can get a reconciliation on where those numbers are, just so that I can sit down with folks and understand it. Thank you. Thank you guys for your work on this. Really appreciate it. And I know that I think I'm sorry that came up that day at work and I could not leave work. And I know Councilmember Combs had reached out to me the day and was in that day and been in a similar situation, but let's get those meetings scheduled at night. We've lost 2 council members. We still have a quorum, but perhaps we should take a short break. Back on speaker and resume the meeting. We're going to call item G2, update on the Bellhaven Multi-Generational Community Center and Library, which is an information item. Does anyone have any questions for staff on this issue? There's no presentations. Any questions for staff? Would our representatives from Facebook, do they want to say anything? No question. You have a bunch of questions? I have questions I got from community members. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Taylor has some questions. And Justin Murphy is joining us.
And these may be questions that may not be able to be answered this evening, but I received an email with these questions, and these were questions of me as well regarding after this community member read the staff report. So the first question is, who are the people who were present at the meetings? And those will be the meetings that are listed in the staff report. The second question is, which residents of our communities participated in the meetings? That answer, I believe, is none. The third question is, who called the meeting? The fourth is, what is my role in the meetings that have happened to date? So these were questions that I was given that were pertaining to the staff report. And so in the staff report, it does list the meetings that have happened, but I think there was some additional information that's being requested. And some of those meetings are listed under the analysis on page 165.
Just from a high level, I think we welcome representatives from Facebook here today. And we are so thrilled to be working with Facebook on this project.
Yes.
and everything is a process, but we don't actually have a written proposal from Facebook yet. And so we're really not in a position to do any kind of community process until we have a written proposal. So I think that was one of your questions, how many community members have been involved. And I don't remember what date the meeting was. Maybe Justin does, where we...
Sure, happy to
Okay.
pull up the staff report. So it's on page 1 under analysis. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different meetings listed. So are we talking about all 4 of those meetings or any one in particular? Do you want to go through each one?
For clarity, I guess go through each one.
Okay, so the first one listed October 31. Facebook's architectural firm, Hart Howerton, met with staff members from Community Services, Library, Public Works for basic introductions and preliminary information gathering. Do you want me to start listing the people that I know were in that meeting? Is that what you'd like me to go through? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I was not at that meeting. The people that I am aware of that were at that meeting were Nikki Nagaya, our interim public works director, Chris Lamb, our assistant public works director, Sean Reinhardt, our library director, I believe Derek Schweigert, and Derek was away. I think Adrian Lee Bird, then representatives from Hart Howerton. So those are the people I'm aware of off the top of my head. So then that's that meeting. The next meeting, November 4th, was the Bellhaven Neighborhood Association meeting. I was not at that meeting. I believe Clay Curtin was a city staff representative at that meeting. I was not at that meeting, so I can't tell you anybody besides Clay who was there.
But I believe Mayor Pro Tem Taylor was at that meeting, right? Oh, not at the November 4th meeting? Okay. All right. Well, it just
Great.
off the
So at that-
again, it's off the top of my head, but I thought that we had talked about you being at that meeting, but I might be wrong.
Right. But that meeting had a number of, I think, residents at it, given the nature of it being the neighborhood association meeting. Okay, so then the next meeting, November 14th, so that included Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, City Manager Starla Jerome Robinson, myself, Assistant City Manager Nick Pagueros, John Tananis,
Chris
I think
Hom.
Chris Hom was there through a kind of a video meeting. So I think that was the people in attendance there. So in that meeting, there was, I think, 3 Menlo Park residents between Mayor Pro Tem Taylor, Starla, Jerome Robinson, and myself. On November 15th, that was the next day. So I believe that meeting included city manager, assistant city manager, myself, city attorney, then from Facebook, John Tananis, Justin Gervitz, Fergus just came back from his recharge, Maya Perkins. I think that covered it. So I believe at that meeting there was potentially some wires crossed that we were expecting Mayor Pro Tem Taylor to be there. There was a few kind of text attempts to kind of see when you were showing up. The meeting was delayed. But the wires were crossed about the attendance. So I think that's that meeting.
Okay. Thank you. And
Great.
Fergus, welcome back.
All righty. Any other questions on this item? Okay, well, we can move, then we're going to go ahead and move on from this one. And
When, just more of a curiosity, when are we expected to put together a formal?
Sooner rather than later. I think it's very much in process, and I think any day it will be delivered.
Okay, thank you.
And then
All
we
right.
do expect to be back in front of the council in January.
And if I could say just one more time, we're very grateful to Facebook and all the work and effort that they're putting into this, and we really look forward to working with them on this project.
excellent. All right, we're going to go ahead now and move on to item F4, update
and reappoint, update and appoint or reappoint council members to various city council and ad hoc subcommittees. There is no staff presentation. Assistant City Manager Nick Pegueros and City Clerk Judy Heron are available for questions. So the first item has, Drew, you're still recused on the first item, yeah. I guess you can be here, but we'll handle the first two that you can't vote on, and then we can bring you back in. So the first item is a motion and second to establish a City Council ad hoc subcommittee on the Facebook Willow Village development agreement negotiations. I believe we have our current subcommittee on that is Councilmember Nash and Councilmember Taylor. I still support that.
I was actually going to put my name forward to work with Councilmember Taylor because of the large Latino population, and I speak Spanish. And I think I'm the only one on council who speaks Spanish now. I don't know. But it's easier for me to reach out to some of the people in that.
This is for the Facebook Willow Village?
Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was thinking of the community center. Sorry,
No, it's
I misheard.
yes,
Excuse me.
Willow
Thank
Village.
you. Go for it.
All right, so then so we all agree that it'll still be Betsy and Cecilia. The next one is to establish a City Council ad hoc subcommittee on the multi-generational community center and library.
So that was the one I was going to volunteer for. Excuse me.
Okay, and I'm assuming Mayor Pro
assume
Tem Taylor would like
you
to
wanna
do
do
that. My only question is, well, I guess they don't really. No, they're not going to interrelate, so that's fine. Do you have a problem? Is it okay, if, Mayor? Do you have any? Did you want to put your name forward for that? Okay.
I mean, are you going to be able to make the meetings?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, then we'll go ahead and I'm fine with that. That's fine. So Councilmember Carlton and Councilmember Taylor. All right, we all agree. Drew, you can come back in now. I'm just kidding. No.
I have a question while you're thinking. It says on the first page that we're disbanding the city manager recruitment. Starla, I believe you're here one more year. It takes 6 months to...
I think we need to talk about that in closed session first.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
So
Sorry.
we can start up again after we have a discussion in closed session where that is.
Okay, thank you.
Full City Council motion and second to reappoint the following City Council ad hoc subcommittees if desired. So City Council procedures update, Carlton and Mueller. I'm happy to come off that if someone wants to do that, or I can stay on it. We still haven't gotten the calendar proposal done that I want to get done. All right, Kat and I will stay on that one. Stanford University 2018 General Use Permit. I actually was going to request if I could come on to this one now that I no longer have a conflict. Or one of you willing to let me come on?
Well,
the Stanford 2000.
There is no standing application from Stanford.
But they're okay. So should we just disband it then? All right.
You would think that we should, but I think that there's an interest by surrounding jurisdictions to have the council members who went through the process to continue to meet semi-annually. So if there's a subcommittee, then it's obvious to the council that might be happening.
I'd really like to come on to this one.
During council member reports, we were actually going to report out on a meeting that we had last week with Supervisor Semidian.
That's fine, but we can go ahead now and we can go ahead and appoint a new subcommittee on it.
I'd like to bring it to a vote. I've worked as Smidian's chief of staff. I have a lot of connections in Santa Clara County with his staff members. It neighbors the district in which I live. I'd like to be on this one.
I will just say the reason why I would like to stay on it is because we're discussing housing, and I have a real passion for it. And I also think that we're going to be discussing, according to what we've been discussing with the county, that we'll be discussing Willow Village. And so Councilmember Taylor and I would have the most up-to-date information, perhaps.
Call the question?
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, we can call it a question. I'd like to stay in on it. I don't know how we call this in a question if there's 3 people who want to do it.
Yeah, somebody needs to make a motion to appoint 2 members and then have a vote on that.
Councilmember Collins.
Can we go through and clear up all of the other assignments and then
Yeah.
come back to this one?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's fair. So Willow 101 interchange improvements.
I'm happy to come off that if someone else wants to come on.
I'd like to come on that. Yeah.
Okay.
Combs and Taylor. Everyone's in agreement? And then we have some motion to disband the subcommittees, Bellhaven Branch Library, City Manager Recruitment, District 1 Planning and Zoning, and District 2 Planning and Zoning. So do we all agree to disband those? Yep. Okay, so those are all disbanded.
And then, as I say, city manager seems like we're just going to create it again later, but that's fine. What about rail?
All right, so all those are disbanded. And then now we're back to, go ahead.
Can I actually propose another subcommittee? And
which-
that would be for city attorney search?
I think that we have to wait for the report back in closed session as to what
Okay.
that's going to be around.
Very good.
So, but we said we'd talk about that then. So back to Stanford 2018 general use permit. Does someone want to make a motion?
I make a motion that we keep the current members.
Okay. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
I'll make a motion to support Ray because I know he's worked very closely with Smidian and it's directly affecting his neighborhood.
So, okay. So, well,
It's directly affecting the entire city.
we'll vote on the first motion and then we'll vote on the second.
Yeah, I'll chime in. It's certainly not an ideal scenario, and to your point, right, some of these large things impact the whole city, but I do think we have to be cognizant and sensitive of the fact that we are going to a full district reality and that there are things that impact the whole city but impact specific districts more directly. For instance, I'm on the Creek JPA, and a lot of that is connected to the fact that very directly impacts my district in a way that other parts of the city are not. One of the reasons why I wanted to come onto the interchange subcommittee is because I know that the landscaping project there is something that a lot of the residents in the Willows are following. And so I do, while this is sort of not an ideal scenario, and certainly we don't want to go into a reality where everyone is sort of focused very specifically on their districts, I do think that there has to be some sensitivity to, in some situations, that there is additional value and that certain members of the city council will be held especially accountable for some relationships and some interactions. And so in that sense, I can understand. And the same with let's be honest, you couldn't have a Willow Village subcommittee and not have Councilmember Taylor on it. You couldn't have a Bellhaven multi-generational subcommittee and not have Councilmember Taylor on it. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. It would be the optics, the credibility of that subcommittee would be in question. And so that's, I do think, again, I'm just saying where I'm coming from, it is not as, I'm not putting it out there as that's just the right, and to think of it and look at it differently is wrong, but that's sort of how I do see the scenario.
I just would like to add, we actually had a question yesterday, I believe it was, from Supervisor Simidian's office regarding the Middle Avenue Plaza, which is in my district. So it's, I think that
It's the Middle Avenue Plaza in your district?
Yes.
It stops at, I thought your district stops at El Camino.
No, it stops at the railroad tracks.
I don't know. But
anyway, I guess what I would say is this is meeting, the request from the group is that we will meet twice a year, I believe. And so it's not a huge interaction. And I actually do think that there's value to those of us who've been with the group the entire time and know the issues already to stay with it.
Yeah, I appreciate all the work you guys have done. I still would like to be appointed to it. So let's go ahead and vote.
The vote is to keep the current,
Yeah.
the current personnel.
The motion fails with Mayor Mueller and Council members Combs and Carlton dissenting.
I'll go ahead and move that I join and do it with Councilmember Nash, given that she is in the vicinity of Middle, and also part of her district does actually abut the Sandhill corridor. Seconded by Councilmember Carlton.
The motion passes with Mayor Pro Tem Taylor and Council Member Nash dissenting.
So it's not personal, guys. It's just people want to do. Yeah, I know. So I'm not sure what that is regarding. So first reading and introduction of ordinance 1060.
I think staff has a comment.
I just blanked, but the council created a subcommittee this evening, and I don't know if we need to formalize that action. No, it was on, what was it? Yeah, climate action.
Oh, yeah, but we did that tonight, so I don't think we have to do it again.
Okay.
Okay, so the next item is F5, first reading and introduction of ordinance 1062, amending Title 12, Building and Construction of the Menlo Park Municipal Code to adopt local amendments to the California Building Standards Code, adopt resolution number 6532, ratifying the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Ordinance adopting amendments to the 2019 California Fire Code with modifications, and adopt resolution number 6530 to direct fines collected for violations of the construction and demolition and recycling ordinance 12.48 to be used for zero waste initiatives. The Assistant Community Development Director, Building Chuck Andrews, and Fire Marshal John Johnson will make the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Mueller and council members. My name is Chuck Andrews. I'm the Assistant Community Development Director for Building. To my right is the Fire Marshal John Johnson with the Menlo Park Fire Protection District. Tonight, staff is bringing back Ordinance 1062 with changes to the council requested for adoption. We're going to introduce Ordinance 1062, the first reading of the local amendments. We're going to adopt Resolution 6532, ratifying the Menlo Park Fire Protection District ordinance, and adopt Resolution 6530 directing fines for violations for zero waste initiatives. So the Building Standards Code was released July 1st, 2019. The City Council adopted the Building Standards Code and REACH Code September 24th. On 11/5, staff provided an overview of the 2019 code adoption for the local amendment. Staff informed City Council on processes for adopting local amendments to the Building Standards Code. Then we asked that City Council provide direction on any additional local amendments they would like to incorporate into the proposed ordinance. Then we're moving on to November 19th, which was the first reading of the 2019 code adoption. At that council meeting, questions were brought up on language for limits and alterations and remodel, residential water tanks, and several fire code ordinance clarifications. The council decided to push that first reading of the code adoption to 12/10/19, which is tonight, so that council members and staff could meet to discuss and revise language as needed. As a result, the following 2 items were revised. The first item are water tanks exempt from the California Residential Code. In a previous code adoption, staff added language making more stringent requirements on residential water tanks. The language was misleading, which made the ordinance too restrictive and excessive for residential projects. Staff recommends removing the current language of the ordinance for water tanks and return it to the California Residential State Code language, which is located underneath the existing language in the slide. The second revision to the proposed local amendments is limits on alterations and remodels. So what was originally proposed on 11/19/19 is located in red on your screen under 11/19/19. When we met with council, we decided to go ahead and make some changes, and the changes are noted in red on 12/10/19. They involve the alteration or removal of any existing structural framing that meets or exceeds 75% or greater of the linear footage of interior and exterior walls, including the removal of roof structure in those wall areas, cumulative within a 2-year period. The project shall be considered as new construction. So tonight we want to introduce Ordinance 1062, the first reading of the local amendments. Then tonight we also want to adopt Resolution 6532 and ratify the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Ordinance, and adopt Resolution 6530 directing fines for violations to zero waste initiatives. Then what we'd like to do is come back December 17th and adopt Ordinance 1062, and then the ordinance will be effective on January 17th of 2020. And that's the end of the presentation. Both the fire marshal and I are ready for questions.
Anyone have any questions for the fire marshal or for our building department? Councilmember Nash?
Just one comment. On page 14 of Ordinance 1062,
okay.
At the very bottom, there's it needs to be corrected where official should be added back in. So it says building official. Is the building official of the city
Yes.
right now? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and note that. We'll add that back in.
Any other questions?
Sure. I ask a couple of questions sometimes just to get it on record, just to make sure that there's clarification, because I remember there being confusion last time, and it was me being confused. So just in case any of the new people this comes up. On page 3, it talks about platforms, walks, and driveways not more than 12 inches above grade. And there was, what grade is gets confusing when you have slopey areas. And I was just asking you to explain what at grade means when you've got different layers so that everyone understands and it's in record.
And I was prepared for that. So the definition of grade is the lowest point of elevation of the finished surface of the ground, paving or sidewalk within an area between the building and the property line, or when the property line is more than 5 feet from the building, between the building and a line 5 feet from the building. So it's the lowest point of that elevation.
Okay.
Within
So
5 feet
if
of
there's
the
a
building.
hill, how does that work?
If there's a hill, then you take the lowest point of the elevation within 5 feet of the building.
Within 5 feet of the building, right. So this, I remember being an issue when we were doing setbacks with secondary dwellings. And if we come back and do that again, I was just saying that's an important thing. For me, I was really confused and still wanted clarification on that. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And then I had a further question on the EV chargers.
Yes.
They are exempted where there's no commercial power supply. Does that mean no power supply, period? Or what? How are we defining commercial power supply?
Commercial power supply is the service, PG&E. That it's a service provider.
So any service at all. So if
Right.
there's no electricity, you don't have to run electricity to that building. Right. Okay. And then we talked about where it will cost more than $400 per dwelling unit. I've had a meeting. Oh, Starla's gone. I didn't realize. Is she? Oh no, she's over there. I said before, and this is where it comes up, and I realize that we delayed this, and I don't want to delay it anymore. But I would like us to consider bringing this back, considering we've now declared an emergency, and since 42, 47, something like that % of what we're trying to cut back comes from automobiles, the more we can do to make it an easy choice for people to get into all electric cars, the better. And saying that as when someone builds a new building, they only have to put in 10 or 15% is not okay. If someone has 25 stalls, they only have to put in 1, according to this, and I just don't think that's enough. And I believe Mr. Robinson thought it would delay it to add more. Is that true?
I'm deferring to the city attorney.
So I'm lost in terms of what are you, what's
Page
the
13.
Page what?
Page 13.
Yep.
The minimum of 15% of total required parking stalls. I just feel like that is way too small. A minimum of 25%, I think, is still conservative, but palatable. But I don't want to delay this any further. So if everyone thinks that this is something we'd like to look at, we can bring it back and look at it later. But I just wanted to throw it out there. If it's an easy grab and we say, okay, let's just move this to 25 and we can, great. Otherwise, I understand. I'm just putting that forward as I think that we've been too conservative. And I get it. It costs a little extra money to put them in. But as we've seen time and time again, if there's no financial incentive, a lot of apartment owners won't do it, regardless of what it does to our greenhouse gas targets. And we need to get more aggressive about getting in there and making people do the right thing when they're particularly when they're building a new building. I feel really strongly about this because this is really going to help us meet these goals that we've just put forward.
So my concern would be that we're trying to introduce this tonight and adopt it next Tuesday night, and that the public would not necessarily have sufficient opportunity to make a comment on what's a fairly significant increase. And so the public has been aware of this proposal of the 15%, and so while it might technically be okay it might be considered a fairly significant modification. And
an extra 10% in most cases, 1 or 2, which is about, I think they cost $2,000 something each to put in. And it's not really, but I defer to you guys.
Deanna?
Good evening, Deanna Chow, Interim Community Development Director. So just to provide some background on the EV charging requirement. So I think this stemmed from 2016 in Connect to Menlo when we adopted more stringent EV regulations as part of the new Bayfront regulations. And then when we came back to the City Council in 2017 to adopt a local amendment to implement the EV charging regulations, at that time the City Council expressed an interest in creating a more citywide a citywide EV charging policy. And so that process in itself took over a year to complete with, it was a three-step process with, small stakeholder groups. Then we did a larger community meeting. We went back to the Planning Commission before coming back to the City Council. And so I do think that there was interest by the community stakeholders in deciding what that number is. And so we looked at both residential new construction as well as new constructions for buildings over 10,000 square feet. And so I think it's something that would warrant more review, and if the council directs us to do so, then changing the number this evening.
I agree with you that we heard them loud and clear. I think that we backed off when we shouldn't have. And I feel like we did have a lot of meetings, and I did hear them loud and clear, and I don't mean to be brutal, but I don't really care. I understand their position, and I feel like we need to make it stronger. And we can sit and discuss that. We can discuss maybe 35%.
I think the issue is not whether to make it stronger or not. I mean, again, that's a policy decision of the council and totally appropriate for the council. The issue is public notice.
Yeah.
And that the public has had no opportunity to comment on what is a 40% increase or a 60% increase, whatever it is, 10 over 15. So it's a very large percentage increase of what the requirement is, and that's the issue, concern.
I understand, and so I'll defer. I would like to see it come back because my concern is all these months that we wait means that more things get built in a way that doesn't support our goals. So if it's possible to bring it forward soon, I would love that. If that's the will of my colleagues.
I mean, I'll just chime in. I don't know that I can be supportive, given that it would delay this. At the end of the day,
No, I'm saying pass this as it is now and bring it back later for further discussion.
Okay, that's fine
what
with
I'm
me.
saying.
Yeah.
I do not want to delay this.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in the future, I think this is something we should look at. Okay. And then I have a question on the fire code. I apologize. I always want to make sure I understand the legal words because I realize that there's a lot of weight that carries with each as we put these forward. It says the City Council hereby ratifies Ordinance 45/2019, which amends the 2019 California Fire Code, provided that all references in the ordinance to the Menlo Park Fire Protection District Policy Manual are hereby deleted. Why? And shall not be binding or applicable to the city or projects. And the ordinance hereby, I just want to make sure I understand the language of 1, 2, and 3. 3 I get, ordinance is modified herein should. Is that just saying that in putting this forward you agree and we agree together? I just wanted to make sure I understood. I apologize.
Yes, we are agreeing together on the removal of the policy and guidelines. That was what was done at the previous 3 years ago.
Yep.
And that I can go into more depth, but yes, we agree on it.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that that's what that was saying in so many words.
And just for clarity, there are some provisions in those guidelines that are inconsistent with some of our policies. And so the fire district preferred to keep those requirements in their guidelines, and so we're not adopting those as part of this amendment so that they don't become binding on the city. It has to do with like speed, calming measures and things of that nature.
That's what I thought this said.
Right.
So it's basically saying that they have some things that they are going to override the city on deciding.
No, it's saying they don't override the city because we're not adopting them as part of the adoption of their amendments.
Oh, okay.
So they're not applicable to the city of Menlo Park. They may be applicable in the other jurisdictions because, remember, their code applies to all of the jurisdictions that are covered by the district. And so they don't want to take them out of that code because they want them applicable in the rest of the district.
Well, for us, it applies on private property for us.
I'm sorry, what?
It applies for private property for us.
Okay, but as big projects come through and all this, they go for you for approval anyway. So.
Correct, and we work well with the city on the design guidelines anyways, so that's
Wonderful.
why we work
Thank
well
you.
together. It's great.
And I also wanted to say thank you so much for meeting with me and going through my questions. We went through a lot of these things with a fine-tooth comb, and they very patiently went through all the language with me, and I sincerely appreciate your time.
My pleasure. I want to make sure you understand it. It's great.
And no, I really do love it, and I'm glad that we've had a good working relationship putting all this stuff through. Thank you.
Okay. With that, do we have a motion? Motion to accept. We got a second. Do we have a second? Mayor Pro Tem Taylor made the motion. I need a second. Councilmember Nash seconded. Let's vote.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item F7 has been pulled. And that leads us to City Council agenda topics. So information items. Are there any questions on item G1? City Manager's report.
No report tonight.
Okay, any City Council member reports?
I have one. I went to the league leaders for the League of California Cities. Everybody who's head of one of the divisions got together. They paid for it. We all got together. They did their training for us. And as a group, we decided what the League of California Cities will focus on this year. Shocker, we're focusing on traffic and infrastructure, housing, and the environment. And, tucked away in there is environmental emergency services as well. I know that's really surprising, but those were the areas. But what's interesting to know is that the things that we struggle with are the same things that people are struggling with across the entire state.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Taylor.
Thank you. I attended the SF Roundtable community meeting last Wednesday, December 4th, and Congresswoman Spears' representatives were there to offer to talk about some new legislation, and I believe Judy gave you a copy of it. Also, I volunteered to be on a community subcommittee where we're deciding where noise monitors will be located in the guidelines, and so Menlo Park will have some. Unfortunately, Palo Alto and East Palo Alto are not on the roundtable, even though they are on the flight path. At any rate, but that's my report.
Excellent. Any other reports? All right. With that, we will go ahead and adjourn.